Welcome and good evening to Stream Flu. Just give me one moment because we're having quite a few technical difficulties today while I just reconnect all the streams. We're just bringing things back online for the third time because I've had 3 crashes and OBS just keeps crashing. I half suspect it's just something with Dune is killing it, but it's probably actually NVIDIA's drivers as usual. That's Coriolis and the issues, but as long as I don't make any setting changes to Dune, it shouldn't make any problems, because it seems to just keep happening every time I seem to do it. Any core graphical setting changes in Dune, so hopefully as long as I don't have to make any more changes, we can keep the stream up and not run into any issues. Make sure we're still live everywhere. Where I intend to be live. UI for YouTube is awful. So I think we're sorted for now, at least. Okay, let's get things on the roll. So let me give you a bit of a lowdown to where we are right now. If you didn't watch the stream that we did on Thursday, you wouldn't know that we had 2 things that actually happened. One thing happened last weekend, which put us in a situation where effectively I believed we lost everything to the Coriolis storm that hit on Tuesday's normal wipe. So every week on a Tuesday, the deep desert wipes itself, and anything that's left in the deep desert will essentially be destroyed. However, during Thursday's stream, while I thought it would be great to use that as content and effectively see how long it takes to recover, during the live stream, I actually found out we didn't lose the stuff. Well, we actually lost the base and we lost everything in the base. But luckily for me, on the Sunday evening before I finally logged off, I actually moved all the spice melange that I effectively spent the whole day harvesting and refining. I moved it into the assault ornithopter. So we've actually still got 1,200 spice melange, which completely changes everything in the sense of, like, now if I wanted to, I could just put my base back up out in the deep desert. Yes, I would have to go out and mine the components required to build that base out there, but we're only talking like the actual building blocks to actually put the base up, and that's nothing significant. Like, that would take a couple of hours at most to do that. The part that actually is the biggest killer to all of this is the spice melange itself. And if you were to lose that, that would put you back significantly, because you then have to go through the pain of having to mine it, harvest it, and also refine it at a very bad efficiency. So in order to carry on with the content that I thought, actually, this is a good thing because it actually gives us something to do and an aim and a sort of goal to aim towards, I wanted to continue it as if I didn't actually have it. So what we've done as of Thursday is we spent the stream actually getting 2 components that I'm going to assume that people wouldn't necessarily have a backup of. One of those is our lovely, well, actually, let me just show you from the inventory. One of those is the actual compact Spice Compactor Mark 5. This is the improved one with the worm attraction intensity at medium, but obviously still having the good high gathering rates. And then we've also got the other item that people are very unlikely to have a spare of, because even I don't have a spare of it, of the blueprints, and that's the soft step boots. So on Thursday we went to Haggard Basin, where I am right now. We went out to the testing station 78 or something like that. Let me show you what testing station it is, for those that don't know what testing station they drop in. But it's 197. So Imperial testing station number 197 is the actual testing station where the soft step boots is. On Thursday we essentially went through that one time in the very final chest where the big loot drops. We got that blueprint on our first attempt. I actually got it on my first attempt, the very first time I actually went to do that. So it could be that it drops every single time, but on my experience, the 2 times I've gone for it, I've got it first time. So at this stage, I'll assume it drops almost as a guarantee. I got that and another blueprint. So certainly that's some sort of reflection of how long it takes, but that took me about half an hour, 45 minutes to kind of get to that end room. And then what we did from there, we then went to the deep desert. And when we went to the deep desert, we went to get the blueprints for the actual compact Mark 5. This is the special one, and this is the one with the lower worm attraction intensity. Both these 2 things combined allow us then to go out and do spice harvesting out in the deep desert on any of the kind of fields and have less aggro on the worm. Based on the current mechanics though, that is still quite a lot of aggro, if I'm not gonna lie. It used to be a case of like you could be out and harvest in a deep desert and you wouldn't really attract the worm that badly, where now it feels like the worm does get attracted a lot easier than it used to, although it's still significantly better than it is in Haggard Basin. Literally in Haggard Basin, you do anything on a piece of sand, and believe me, a worm will literally be on your doorstep within like a minute or 2, even faster than that, like usually within 30 seconds. So yeah, very kind of good in some ways, but what we've got is essentially enough. We've got 2 main pieces of equipment that will allow us then to go out to the deep desert. So the one thing that I wanted to do obviously as well is have some sort of base out there. Obviously I'm not going to build the big base straight away, and I obviously want to give some sort of the right impression of what a person would have to go through. So what we're building is we're going to build the out base. I have got the core components so far for the out base. There is like one thing that I'm missing at the moment. And that's what we're kind of going to go off now and get just before we actually go out to the deep desert, and then we'll build that final base, well, the outpost base as I call it. So let's get going. So let me just double check, because I've got most things. The only thing that I don't actually have all the components for at the moment is the pentashields, and I will need, so I've got 4 pentashields for there, so I'll need 80 culvert paste. So I need to go make some more culvert paste. got 30 there, so 44, that'll give us the 80. I'll check what else I needed. Steel ingots. I'm building 4 of those, I'll need 8 of them. And I've got 7. So I'll build 1 more of them. That's all. Okay, so select the right one. Actually, I did craft. I only want one. Okay, one's crafted. I am Doc. Hope you're well. So, with them cooking, I think I might have everything. So the one thing that I don't have, or I can assume that I don't have at the moment, is the calibrated servox. So I just need to go out to Hager Basin and get one of those. So what we'll do is we'll head out just north of us, where we should be able to get some of those. Probably from there. That's where I think I got them from last time when I needed some. And they do drop quite a few, so we'll probably just need to go there for once. And just going through that one instance, we should get probably about 16, which would be way enough for us to get what we want. Now, I do actually have a load of them already, but I do want to try and keep some of this as consistent as I can with what I think people might or may not have in their base. And that's probably one component that's I want a knife edge as to whether people might have it or might not have it already stored. So I'm just going to assume that they don't have it. This is essentially the actual box. This is essentially what was in the assault ornithopter that was in the deep desert, but somehow managed to stay in my assault ornithopter, even though my assault ornithopter was in the deep desert and got destroyed. When I recovered it, it got recovered with all of this stuff in it. Now, I didn't think it had been, because I'd already checked the 2 other vehicles that I'd also had out in the deep desert, that I also used the actual vehicle recovery tool to recover. And I'm pretty sure I also had stuff in the buggy, but when I looked in the buggy, there was nothing in it. Now, I didn't look in the assault ornithopter directly, I looked at it through the box, and I don't know if that's a glitch, and that's as to why I've actually got it. But when I went looked into it through this, because I was going to put stuff into it, that's where I'd actually realized, oh, what? And I was absolutely gobsmacked. So I've obviously got everything out of it and moved it somewhere else. I actually initially put it into one of these boxes, but now I've actually moved it into like what I call a cold storage. So there is you'll notice at the moment I've got this kind of hovering half-built buggy. Effectively, while you can't actually access storage directly, as you can see here, it's just made up of 3 different items: the actual base part, the back part, and the storage component. What this allows me to do is this allows me to store things. Now, okay, you could arguably say, why don't I just use a normal storage thing? But the thing is when you put it into a vehicle, it stops you from using it when you're building anything in the base. And I've only just recently came up with this, but I'm actually going to start using this more often for all the stuff that I actually have for the deep desert, because it allows me to segregate things and then keep stuff out in the deep desert in these kind of floating, kind of partially built buggies, and allow me to store basically all my deep desert stuff in there without me using it, unless I directly purposely go into the actual thing. Now, the only way you can access it is through a storage box, which I actually quite like this current mechanic, which I'm sure when the developers kind of like start seeing players do what I'm doing now, then they're probably going to stop that from working. But I'm going to run with it for now, and I thought I'd share it because I think it is quite a cool thing, and I'm sure there's other people out there as well that have the same bugbear as I do, where you can't stop, like, not use stuff in your main base because there is no mechanic there that kind of stops you from building stuff using certain boxes. But this is a workaround that stops that from happening. So it's what I came across. I like it, and obviously employing it now as one of my uses. So I've got one steel in here, which is going to eat. I need to go find out where I've put the other steel, because somewhere in this base I've got steel, which is why it's showing on my build tool, but it's not. I've got a feeling it's in this one. Nope, maybe not. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's the 8 I need for that. So it's 2 per unit. It's definitely 2. Just double check. Oh, and there's actually I'm doing this, but then I'm thinking actually I only need half the resources. And if I keep forgetting, you need half the resources to build this stuff out in the deep desert. How much have we built? Okay, let's stop that. Let's stop that, because this stuff doesn't make it very efficiently here. So I'll just take that for now. So I've got far too much now actually, because I've got twice as much as I actually need, but that's fine. So is that good to have too much than too little? So the only thing we need to go and get now is the calibrated cervix. So we'll go get the calibrated cervix, and the only other thing I want to get, so that I don't have to come back here straight away at least, is a still suit. I think that's my decent still suit, isn't it? Do I really want to take that? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, I guess, too much. So we're going to assault on a copter because that's what we're going to take all the stuff out to the deep desert with. Wouldn't normally take it on a mission run. It's not really a mission run, I guess. This it's just more of a kind of going to somewhere where when you were the low level, you were probably going out to this area to do a bit of your mission and running and stuff. Or you would have gone probably through it at some point at least and cleared it out. So it literally is just here. I think. Or is it over the next one? It could be over the next one actually. Oh no, it's below us. It is below us. But it's a little bit lower. It's easy to get back to. I think this is a different one than I went to last time, but we should still be able to get as much as we need.
Get in the cave. Capture them.
I was debating whether I should pick up the bodies so I could take more bodies for making water later, but we've got plenty actually, so probably not needed. Like no cervix though, or not. Cervix would probably be up in there. This isn't. Yeah, I didn't think it was. Come to the wrong area. It's like close, but not close. Further over. It's because they were shooting at me. It's like, maybe this is the place. No, this is the one. Last time I just parked my Ornithopter up here. It's out the way and easy enough to get to. A war going on down there. The Gatling gun guy. I can hear him, but I can't see him. I've started to actually get used to playing Dune again. It hadn't failed. Like, still not back to my former self, but starting to get used to the controls again and the general fight play of it. Should I think it's like these large boxes. These should add 7. There you go, 17. That's probably all we need actually. Just see if there's any other boxes worth anything while we're here. Just like pick up the batteries. You can get tons of them out in the deep desert, and I've brought the buggy with us as well, so we can get plenty. Way more than what we'll need. There's another box somewhere around here. Let's get some. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is just the one box. Alright. Doing that. Pressing the wrong button. 16 should be enough because yeah, like even if you're building here, we'd probably have enough. We need 4 each, or six pairs for each one. Yeah, either way, we've got enough for the deep desert, so I'll go with that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm sure 16 is enough for the deep desert for building what we need to build. Oh, actually, before we do go out there, I almost forgot the blueprint. I don't have to make it from complete scratch. Like, when I say complete scratch, I mean having to like know how to put it all together. Like I do, but yeah, it just takes longer. Rather than fill in the pieces, which is all you need to do when you've got the blueprint. No point of having the copies. They are actually on the floor where this goes, so copy. Darn you. You reckon we'll get out before the storm? Actually, is that even hitting us? Oh yeah, that's definitely hitting us. Oh, Christ's sakes, it didn't even warn. There's no warning or anything about the storm.
Sector weather alert.
Oh, now it warns. Sector weather alert. We'll just wait for the storm to bypass and then we'll go on our way. So we'll go. My neighbour's base is almost just gone as well. So soon I'll be able to expand the base. So that's one of my next projects to do as well. After this, when it goes, I want to really expand the base and build it into a big, huge Haga Basin base. Because why not? Hey. The ultimate solo player's base. Hope you're enjoying the nice chill tunes today. I thought I'd start at least calmed tunes rather than aggressive tunes today. Get us in a good mood for that harvesting. So we got a lot of grinding to do. A lot of grinding. alt base out. This time we need to remember to take it down. We will do. We're taking it down. Oh, I'll take it down on actually Tuesday because I'm not working this week, so just to make sure I do definitely take it down before 11 o'clock when the storm hits. Get to our normal spot. Gives me nightmares now. No, it doesn't really. But it does at the same time kind of like fill me with disappointment around here now. I think I left my base down here last week. Annoying. Oh, one thing we didn't get actually. I didn't bring scrap with me. I totally forgot about this, Hafif. Pieces. Don't even have to make something to build. Improvise cutting away. Cool. Oh, 102. I think I made one already, and I think one made straight away. Yeah. Okay, let's swap that for that. Enough now? Yeah. Not too bad forgetting to bring the scrap. It's like the easiest resource to get that you can get anywhere. Place that in the right place. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's always there that place to start it off with. It feels like it's a bit far over. Still have a habit of pressing the wrong button, like not holding it when I should hold it so that I can access it rather than just, if you just quick press it, it kind of takes you into it. Build the storage. Oh, Funcom. Christmas. Tell you what. I updated the NVIDIA graphics card. I did optimize the game though for Doom, but it doesn't seem to like it. I've got a feeling it might crash the stream again when I start the game. Whatever is with Doom, it's causes other things to crash. As well as obviously killing itself, which is good. Game's optimized, but that's it.
I dream of it.
Okay, so the stream might go down in a second, and if it does, you know why? Because I'm about to do something that every time I did it previously caused the OBS to crash. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're just kicking the streams back up and reloaded everything again because, as predicted, OBS didn't like me changing with some settings that I have to do every time I start Dune Awakening, unfortunately, because Dune Awakening's poorly made graphics interface. Might have to roll back the graphics driver if it keeps becoming an issue. It's like I've had to roll onto the latest version of the video's graphics driver because effectively the previous one had issues with Battlefield, which was crashing, which Battlefield requires the latest NVIDIA graphics card. However, that seems to have unstabilized Doom, because Doom doesn't like the latest graphics driver. It's a never-ending battle. See when I got that. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Drop that. Move all this stuff into here. Leave this stuff in it as well. Don't need to. I could just leave that in the assault on a copter ready until we finish building the base, but we move in here. Why not? It'll free up all the space in the assault on a copter. Okay, just need to place the blueprint down. Remember all the buttons you need to press. It's a bit high at the moment. Be lower. At the bottom of the ramp should be pretty much to the ground. Why is it like... thing? That's my problem. The rock's like, if I put it there, the rock will be into the slope that goes up. So I think I need to reset the land claim unit again. Need to move it slightly. To make sure I didn't put yeah, it's fine. Storage there. Okay, we'll try that. I think that should be better. Just moved it over slightly more to the right as we're looking now, just so that I should be able to put it over further. And it should be within the actual land territory unit, because if I'd placed it where it was before, that rock was in the way for the ramp. And as I will be using the buggy, I just don't really want that. In, and the rock's not in the way now, so it's nice and smooth up. It all looks pretty solid, so I think we'll place that there. Oh, it's saying there's an object blocked. Why? That's just like one thing just slightly off. What I find quite annoying is the fact that when I cancel this now, I have to replace it back again. And you start from scratch. You don't just move it from where it is right now. It just literally cancels it. That still looks good for that. And what? Oh, I placed it. Well, I've temporarily placed it. Why is it freaking not stayed? Believe it or not, this is like way better than it used to be, but it's still a bit finicky. They could still make further improvements to how you place these things, but you could like temporarily put it down, check that it's where you want it, and then if you want to, just move it slightly. Instead of at the moment, if you cancel it, you're literally having to move it again properly rather than being able to just nudge it slightly, which is what I feel you should be able to do. Well, I've just consumed it. I didn't check it first, but I was too sure if I was actually setting it or whether, just have a look or whether or not, and I did that last time, so oh well. It is where it is now. I'm gonna have to just live with it. I think it's in a good place though. It looks like it is. So we'll hopefully have all the stuff we need to fill this in now. Soon find out. It's a bit far this way, but there's stuff we can do about that now. Now we'll be putting a timer up as well to keep an eye out where we stopped or restarted again, which I'll only add half an hour to right this second. So I actually started at 7 o'clock or 5 o'clock, so I'm actually going to say we start at 5:30 even though the stream started at 5, just because I've lost some time having to deal with crashes. I know whether I made enough blocks of the plaster stone. I'm pretty sure it's like, I'm sure it's not more than 1,000, and I made just over 1,000, so I should have enough. Weird how it says it's not enough support. They built a block next to it. It would have less support, you know, in real life if it did structural kind of load weights and stuff. I do have to disagree with it sometimes. I go, that just wouldn't be right. How would it have more load off that or support off that than it would off something that's right next to it that is load bearing? Literally stuck. Oh my god. It's literally stuck in the air. Christ's sakes. Buggy game. it's on about like it's because I'm trying to make through the pennant shield. It sees the pennant shield as a wall. It's quite an annoying build mechanic. Even though a wall's not built, still sees it, so it won't like let you build for it as if it is actually there, although it's not yet built. Like this is part of that kind of mechanic. I just don't quite understand how it works, in the sense of like this is all load bearing of this, and it somehow it sees that supported, but this it says it's not supported, or wouldn't be supported in some situations. It's like this. I tell you what, the one that's really confusing is this one here. It won't let you build this particular block here because it says it's got no support. However, it makes no sense because this is like a foundation. So this creates the support, but you can't build that until you've built this. So if you build this up here and then build the adjacent thing that comes down off it. Let me change that just to stop me from adding blocks I don't want to. Then you build that, and then that. Then they'll let you build that floor, but it won't let you build that floor unless you built that. And it thinks that that's a supporting thing, yet this is the foundation. And but see, it's like this here. It'll let me build that now because I've built the thing next to it. But if it didn't have that thing next to it, because you built the thing above it first, it wouldn't let you build it. It's just, for me, just it's like it's flawed. I'll leave one block out because we'll, as you can tell, still need to go down there to put our generators in. I might just leave a couple of blocks off. Keep getting that. Need to keep giving my guy water because at the moment I'm out in the sun, and midday sun in Dune is harsh. Literally gallons through water so fast. Thinking about it, actually, I did actually bring. I thought I didn't bring, but I just remembered I have bought it because I probably wouldn't have bought enough, but I bought enough to build the lights. So I know I have bought some scrap with me, just not enough. Not enough to put. Oh, I wouldn't have been enough to build the sub-thief unit. Territorial land claim. Quickly build these lights. We'll put Put the generators in. I think I've got enough batteries just to get things going, and then we will go get some more to fuel the base until Tuesday. Probably gonna need to build some more generators as well, just because I will be putting in some fabricated, some light refinery stuff into here, just so that we can refine without having to go back to Hagar Basin. And obviously we don't have any of the like spice refinery stuff anyway at Hagar Basin, because obviously I normally do that in Deep Desert anyway, so we'll build the small one to start with, because the small one doesn't require any spice melange. Then as soon as we've got enough spice melange to make the medium, we'll make the medium, and then we'll burn from there basically. Okay, so I think I've put everything down now. That from up there, just need to get these down. I need to build a third one, because we should have 6 of these all together, and at the moment the actual blueprint only covers 5, so we're kind of missing one that we need to place down manually. In addition, stick that there. I can't see, it's so dark. I don't know a torch would be. That was lost, and I haven't built another one. Should get us back online. Will get us online. And we've got enough for a day, which is way more than we need right this very second. This. We are back in the Deep Desert. Yeah. There we go. I think we're all in place. Ish. It's not quite straight. Me and my preciseness. Don't know quite right. I'm sure no one else has this issue, where they have to see it like the way they want it to see. That doesn't look straight either. It's not. The small things give us the happiness. Okay, that should be center. That's pretty much the center. That'll do. Alright. So, I'll just place these down, I guess, and we're sorted. We've got our Deep Desert base up, or at least an outpost. And that gives us the foundation to use this for our ops whilst we're out in the Deep Desert. So, let's see what we need to build the small spice refinery. We need delirium ingot. We need delirium ingot for a small one. Oh, well, we're gonna have to go back to Hagar Basin. We needed more. Need more stuff than I thought. I was thinking steel, maybe. Can you not get any spice until you get delirium? I thought at max it would be aluminium. I've never actually made a small one, so that's why I'm like looking at it and going, wow, I didn't realize it needed such high tier materials. Alright, okay, well, the complex machinery parts, I'll have those in my base because I have quite a few spares of those. Cobalt paste we need to get 20 of. The silicon blocks we'll need to get pretty much 60 of to sort of, and we need to get 80 delirium. 80 delirium, wow. I didn't realise even the medium type take the highest tier 6 ingots. I'm sure I built a medium one. I can't remember using that though. I thought I used delirium. This all seems to be like one tier higher than what I thought or what I remembered. Materials that you needed for him. There's the 68 spice melange though that you require, which will, that's showing the full amount, so it should be half that, pretty sure. I'm sure that's showing the full amount. We'll know by looking at this. Spice melange, what's it say? 500. Oh, actually, okay, maybe it is right. So it's 68 spice melange we need, which is quite a lot when you're using a small refinery, because when you're using a small refinery, your efficiency is half as much, so it means you need twice the amount that you would do if you were looking to use the large spice refiner. And that's not just the spice but also the water, which when you're out here, water's hard to get, generally speaking, because even if we do it with the bodies, which is how I'm going to do it, it means that, well, we have to bring out more bodies, and you can only pack so many bodies in this. So if we're using loads of water, yeah, it's not very efficient, obviously. Let's just make sure. I'll put the still suit in that into here. Just gonna put carrying it around. The empty one is the one I want to put it in. Suppose I keep them on me. Okay, let's go off and go and get the stuff we need. So we may as well go get the stuff that we need for the... Oh, and I need to bring out the death stills as well. The death beds. Because without them we're not going to be making water. So effectively I want to get us set up so that we're ready, so that once we've got spice melange and we go out, then we can, whilst we go back out, we can get the spice melange cooking and processing, so that we're kind of maximizing time. Because obviously we are doing this, like, while I'm not doing this as a complete rush, I do want to try and do this as like to show like how fast an average player might be able to do this. So I'm not going to rush too much, but at the same time I'm also going to try and keep honest and not just take our time completely either, so that we kind of get what I think might be a close average for the, you know, average gamer who's not too intense with it, but at the same time is going to push through it a bit, at least aim to do it rather than just kind of work their way through it. getting distracted. The stream's gone down that many times. I'm like, I'm just making sure things are actually working. I actually do have YouTube set up at the moment so that if the stream does go down, as long as I get it back up relatively fast, it just carries on from the stream, so it doesn't like create. I don't have to keep creating another instance to actually start it up, because with my current setup, with the plugin I'm currently using in OBS, they haven't got round to the stage yet, because it's still in beta, of making it so that it will boot the stream up without something already being there. So I've got a workaround for it at the moment, which works, but just does mean there's a bit of prep, which, to be fair, it's not surprising, because generally speaking, a lot of it is all prep, but yeah, it's a bit of additional prep that I didn't otherwise have to do before. So we've got the base of our unit up now, which is great. Great start. So now what we now need to do is fill it with the stuff that we need to start production of spice. Our spice production. So we'll need more power. And so I need to build some more generators. I will also need to take out some of these. So what I was planning to do is actually taking the materials for this. So we're going to just have two bases, two of these death stills here, and I'm going to take two of them out there, because two out there will allow us to make four out there. This is what I did previously, because I used to have two more here, but yeah, they got lost. They're lost in ether. Delete them, and that gives us the resources to make them in a deep desert. So that's our water. What else did I need? Our water. I need delirium. I can only make 54, because I've only got 54 aluminium. I think I've got plenty of the actual aluminium, I just need to refine it. I'll make 6. That's going to take a while to make these, but I do need 80 of them. I think we said. I'm pretty sure it's 80, wasn't it? So if we half 160, that means 80. The silicon blocks, we need 65. I'll cook those. Whole paste, I need 40. Queue them up. So I've got the complex machinery parts, which won't be eaten into the stuff that I'm kind of excluding from what we're allowed to use, that we would have lost in the deep desert. So I do have them. Additionally in here, I think, complex machinery parts. Yep, so how many did I need? $35. What do I have? Oh, yeah. I'm thinking, oh, but I already have some of it. That's because they're for the death stills. Before I start getting confused, why have I already got some in my backpack? Yep, that's fine. Okay, so I think now complex machinery parts, delirium cooking, silicon cooking, and copper paste cooking. So we're sorted. We just need to now wait a little bit for that stuff to finish, which the longest thing it's going to take us to do is the cobalt paste and the silicon. But not by much, because the aluminium will take ages. As soon as we get enough aluminium, I will probably cancel the rest of the aluminium and then just make the delirium. So I need 80 of them. So at the moment I can make 61, so I need another 19. Which will take a while. That playlist has come to an end. So let's go to the next one. We've got like a Sonic the Hedgehog playlist here. Spin and dash the high tempo tracks. Should we play that? Sounds a bit crazy. Ah. That sounds a bit too arcadey. I think I've played this one before. This is The Last of Us. The Last of Us in the desert. It could ring some truths. In about half an hour, I will need to go and make some food. So I won't be downing the stream, but I will be putting the be right back screen on. So use that as an opportunity to go take a break yourself. But we will effectively keep the stream up, but we'll be just taking a bit of a break just while I go make some food and stuff, and then I will restart the stream as soon as I've finished that. If you have any questions though, as always, do ask the questions. I'm happy to answer any of those questions, whether it's about Dune or any of the other games that we also play. Do check out the streaming schedule if you wonder when we stream. We stream on the Monday till Friday on regular streams. The weekends are free play, so effectively it's just whenever I have the time and capacity, the streams will go up. Streams during the weekend will tend to last most of the day, from the point when I start the stream. Today I didn't start the stream till quite late. Just had stuff that I needed to do first. One of those things was actually getting a hard drive, because I'm starting to run out of space to store all of the streamed video footage. So I've had to buy a hard drive, an 8 terabyte hard drive, so I can start storing and moving all of that stuff off a M2 drive that I've currently got, that I had allocated space for, especially for this, but it was only supposed to be temporary, and I always meant to get another hard drive. I just hadn't resourced it yet because I was trying to wait to get until I get my new case, and I'm delaying getting my case, so I'm kind of doing this a bit backwards to the way I was planning to do this. So yeah, I need the space, so we're having to get the hard drive now. But the hard drive will also be a backup. Well, actually, I need to get another hard drive. So the hard drive I'm buying now is going to be the backup to the actual computer, which will back up all of the the M2 drives. And then I'm going to get another hard drive that will take over what I bought the 8TB hard drive to do temporarily, and that is to store all my streaming video footage that I'll then use to make video content for YouTube. Very dramatic, this music. Maybe a bit too dramatic. Where are we up to? 71. Only 9 more to go. Eight more to go. Very mesmerising just watching the thing spin round. I do like the big one though. Well, you got the big one and you got like a load of them running around. Seven more to go. Aluminium takes so long in a medium ore refiner. To be fair, it takes long in a fucking large one. It just takes even longer in this. And it's really inefficient. More. Actually, no, 5 more. So I'm looking at this, that's why. It's good. Yeah. Maximum percent. Oh, I can't have enough of that. Maybe. Or is it water? Oh, it's water. Oh, I need to go make some more water. Oh, crud. I've got how much water it takes to do delirium. Let's go put some water in. What is this? Context error. Your stream to validate files. Context correction detected. Steam will validate your files next time you close the game. Oh, great. I'm getting warnings, and I think it's to do with telling me that there's something wrong with the game. Well, I know there's something wrong. Although I didn't think it was the game, I thought it was the graphics card. I still think it is the graphics card. The latest NVIDIA graphics card driver. Come on, open the box. think the game might crash. Did as well, for fuck's sakes. I couldn't do anything. It wasn't recognizing some of the main inputs unless I cleared the message that came up. And by clearing the message, it obviously crashed the game. Okay, what I'm going to have to do is run a validation on the game. Because that's what Steam said. It said that there's some problem with the game. And it's actually downloading some content as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this as the opportunity to AFK as the game's crashed anyway and it wants to validate all the game files. So I'm going to let that run. I'm going to be back in about half an hour-ish. I just need to go and prep some food and then put it in the oven. So it'll probably take about half an hour. This validation is not going to take that long. It's actually already 50% through at the moment. But we'll be back in about half an hour. So join us about half an hour. But for right now, I'll leave the tunes on. But I'm going to put the AFK screen up. And I'll just adjust the timer as well, because it will appear, but it will show shorter than it currently will, than it will be that when I set it. So see you all guys in a bit, and keep safe. Although my thing's also crashed. Why? What is with everything on this computer today? My stream deck is also crashed. welcome back everyone, and thank you for the follow from Compast. Okay, so we've had to restart the game, which is why we took the half-an-hour break. Not because of just that, but that just gave me a good opportunity to take the break. But one thing I do need to do now is change some of the graphic settings. So every time I have done this up till this point, prior to validating the actual game files, it has caused the stream software to crash. So I'd like to think it might not have an issue this time. However, it's very likely to. So before I actually did make any changes, rather than do it while we were in the offline mode, the stream would have ended, and obviously you guys would have not understood why it ended. So I'm just going to have a go at trying to do that. If the stream does go down, I will put it straight back up, but we'll see whether or not it does. Got like a really strong feeling it will. Okay. We're just putting the streams back up now, so people will just be joining as we re-establish the streams. Like, I had a very strong feeling it was going to crash it again, because it keeps, for whatever reason, I don't know why. Well, I kind of have a feeling I know why. NVIDIA's latest graphics driver causing the issues, but yeah, every time I change the core graphics settings, for some reason, it causes OBS to crash. No idea why, other than it's very likely the graphics driver. Okay, so we'll get back in and we'll continue. I am just going to hide myself though, because I'm eating my food, and obviously you guys don't need to see me eat food, so you'll still be able to hear me and we'll still go through stuff, but yeah, until I finish my food, I'm just going to hide my camera. So, let's go down. We should actually have the materials that we were waiting for to be fixed, or waiting to be, not fixed, made. They should now be ready. Oh, actually, did I put the delirium in? I did put the delirium in, did I? Oh, I think we crashed just before that happened. Okay. Not enough at 80 there. There's only 73. So we still need 4 more. Oh, that's why, because we needed water, didn't we? Oh yes, I remember. Did we get the water in before we crashed? Oh, dearie me. Let's see. Did I get one in? No. It's got no power. Let's go turn the power on. Power is obviously on in the base, but in order to turn those death stills on, I need to just turn on the additional power that's to run services like those. These just get turned on as and when I need them, and then it just saves fuel cells and stuff. We'll turn 2 of them on, so I'll just need to run 3. Each one of these produces 150, and those death stills, I think 200. It's just like over 1. Like 2 won't cover it. Need to put some of this stuff in the ornithopter. might have enough water in my on me personally to be able to deposit back into the system so that I can do just enough delirium. It's like 500 per unit that you're making, so that's why we're like just short. So if I put like 4,000 back into the system, that should give us enough to just be able to make the rest that we need to. Should be enough, hopefully. We're 73, so I just need 7. Hopefully the Colbert paste and the other stuff should be made, which is good stuff. Get that in the Ionicopter. We're just waiting on this stuff to be made. Delirium doesn't take too long to make. It's not like as bad as aluminium. Like, it takes resources, don't get me wrong, but it's not as bad like time-wise for it to craft it. Okay, so we'll go back to the deep desert now. I think I've got everything I need to put up to. Oh, actually, does that take scrap? Yeah, pretty sure that actually. I was gonna say we need some generators, but I'm pretty sure that use scrap, so that's fine. We can get that while we're up there. Because that doesn't even have to be refined. This is the stuff for the death stills and for the this very small spice refiner, along with the delirium, which we need. So rather than just double checking that, I'm pretty confident we've got what we need. So delirium, culvert, and machinery parts. Yeah, okay, let's go. You're wondering why I'm quiet? It's just because I'm eating, so I will speak more when I finish my dinner. And I will come back on camera at that point. I'm sure you don't really want to hear me or see me eat. That uses more power than I remember. I don't like that uses like not that much, actually less than a large refiner does. I thought that used way more power than that. So our current power circuit's 450, and that's with 6 small generators. So that means I'm going to have to get 5 generators, or add additional 5 generators to the current power system. That's a pain. I was thinking like a few more, not like that many more. I still need to make the death stills as well, which is going to take up. It's like, it's no biggie, we have the space for it. So I reckon 5 should do it. Well, it'll do it for. Yeah, okay, so it's gonna do it for the small spice refiner. Death stills though. Gonna need like. Have to make a load more. Death stills. So I'm just going to try and fit as many as I can in to squeeze them in. Squeeze one there. What is squeeze one over here? If I put it more tidy, I'd get more in. I just like chug them in. I might have to move them. If I need to get more in, I'm gonna have to organise them properly. It's stuck again. I hate that. That glitch. It's like a annoying thing if you get into weird positions. At the moment, it's become more and more of an issue when you get like in a tight space that you get stuck like that. I need to do is for now I'm gonna put this up, like put the floor back up in, build up the buggy, and then go out in the buggy and go get some batteries because we need to fill up the batteries for the other generators we've just made. I need to power it. Oh, I don't have any batteries with me. Not the batteries I need to charge it. I wonder if I've got the stuff to make a refiner. Copper. So it's copper we need to make this, which is a small chemical refiner. It's in that we can make the batteries that we need. So we need to go get some copper. Might have maybe a node around here. I hate that bug. Don't know why it does it. It's so annoying. It looks like it's not gonna come out of it either. I want a node. There will definitely not be a node around here. I can almost guarantee it. I think I can see one over there actually. I've only got like an improvised one, so it's not. I'm not going to get much out of it. Hopefully, I get enough just to get what I need. 51. I only need 40, didn't I? Oh crap! Just thought I need to refine it. I don't have a refinery. I might have to make a refiner as well. God, it's like a snowball effect of things that you have to do when you want to do something. God. Let's go up there anyway. Okay. First things first, I need to make... I obviously need to make that, but to make that I need copper ingots. To make a copper ingot I need to make one of these, which say salvage metal, which luckily I have just about enough of. They don't use much power, this unit, so that's good. Oh my god, yeah, but it's gonna like takes 4 times the amount of ingots to make it. I wonder if, what do I need to make the medium one? Colbert paste. I don't have 21. But I have enough steel. Do you know what? I'm gonna take this down temporarily because this takes up. If I take this down, I will get the Colbert paste back. Then I can destroy this. Then I can make the medium one. Make the copper I need, and then we'll take it apart again. So it's like it's 1 unit better. It takes like 1 unit less, so it's still a bit more efficient. Oh, I need to go get some more copper. There's a copper node somewhere. Wait for that one to respawn. I think they only take 5 minutes to respawn, so if we go with 5 minutes, that should respawn. You just go out in the helicopter, try and get some. Somewhere. Exactly, rich place for copper. It used to be actually on the wall. The wall used to be good for copper. Back before the put the high tier metal on it, which I'm obviously grateful for. But when you're looking for the low stuff, it's now harder to get hit. Can't believe like 1 node in all this area. I did think I'd see a little bit more than what I've seen, like, to be fair. Looks like I've been lucky to find 1 node. There's one. One solitary one. This one's respawned then. Have enough? It hasn't respawned yet. Because it's took quite 5 minutes. We've covered quite a bit of distance, like a land, and to think that in all that space there's only 2 nodes. Of a low tier. I don't remember what I was making. What was I making? What was I going to make? Oh yeah, I was going to make the medium. Okay, so we only need 23. Got enough. Got enough. takes up loads of power. Probably. What's that? Get this stuff. Build the medium, well, the small spice thing in a second. Drop this stuff in here first so that I can pick up the stuff that's on the floor before I forget about it. And then it despawns. Because I'm very easily distracted, so for me it's really not a good idea to let things slip from my mind. Okay, we've got that now, so now we can make some batteries. We just need to go and get the fuel cells. It doesn't take that many, so we can probably just go to that one over there and get what we need. Like, watch how many little we get from like this. And then remember that when we get in our buggy later and use it with a Mark 6, it'll drop like 600-700 per node. And we've got 30 plus 29 there. So from plus 29 when you first start out, because that's all you'll have, you'll only have this improvised cutter array. So when you're in the elite stages and you're using your Mark 6 and your buggy cutter, and you get 730, quite a contrast of difference. Like, that's not gonna really they'll fuel it enough to get us going, but it's not gonna get us far. That actually refueled well more than I thought it would do. Okay, first things first, let's go and get some batteries. With this. $780. That's sick. In comparison to like I was showing you a minute ago, the improvised one that you get from the start when you first start out to what I call the elite level of it. Why I do all my battery farming with this, because it's far better than even a normal cutting array. It started working and then it's quite not. It's the only thing is like it doesn't quite go low enough sometimes. We'll need to get loads of that titanium and stuff later. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. Depends how far we get with the spice mining today. You wonder why I don't do it from further distance, because there is a fine line between how close you have to be and obviously being too close that you can't get the thing to go down low enough. Like there. Still can't do it. It's the angle. Too far away, it just won't start eating. It's like got to be within a certain distance. But then if you're too close, you can't get down low enough. If you're too far away, it just won't cut at all. Imagine how many nodes you'd have to go to if you had to do that with a small. Well, you like start off cutting a row. You'd probably be there like a week. Okay, it's not that bad, but still, you'd be there a long time trying to find that many nodes. I think that should actually be enough power to turn this on. Because that would have filled up all our other things. Just create the 4 death stills. Oh, I didn't bring any bodies with me, did I? Oh, I meant to bring bodies with me. I knew there's something I would end up again. That I've not got enough death stills. I've not got enough generators, but I suppose technically we could just have just the death stills on or the spice thing on. So that's I think how I'll do it, rather than having to mess around too much with generators. We'll just leave it so that these are on and then off. Although I don't think I still have enough power with that off. These use 200 each. So just 2 of these are using 400, which is the same as this. That's definitely off. Which is this using? That's only using 15. Like hardly noticeable amounts. Let's see if we can organise downstairs a little bit better. Like that wasn't there, it'd be a lot easier. We can organise this a lot better than it currently is. Like, I'm not going to say that this is neat and I've fitted in as many as I can, because this is far from that. Let's see that. Make it look a little bit closer. Shows if you're tidy, it fit more in. Easy squeezy. It's like a bit of a jigsaw. I don't think we're getting any more on that side. Now we're just squeezing as many as we can on this side. Need to go get some more scrap though, because lose this. Don't think I've got much scrap to make anymore. have to make 2 more, but I think I need more than 2. Just go out, get a node. Like there's one literally outside, so just use this to cut one. Should get more than we need. thing I'll do now is just take the batteries out of half of these, just split them, and then I'll re-put them back in, and it should equalise the batteries across the whole lot. Or at least with what I'm taking out. There'll be like a couple that have still the full amount. Not the base obviously isn't going to stay up for 7 days, even if I wanted it to. The Coriolis storm would come along and wipe the base out like it did last week if I was to do that. But obviously we've got enough fuel anyway that will last us way beyond where we need it this very second, but it just means we won't have to worry about that. Should have enough fuel as well now to be able to put hopefully all 4 of these on. Yep, just about. We'll get enough fuel to put this on as well, so when we do want to turn this on, we'll just have to turn 2 of these off. The thing we need to now go and do though, we do need to go and get some bodies, because without bodies you don't get water from them, so we'll go and get the bodies that I don't have with me. Just double check. Pretty sure I didn't bring any with me. No, I didn't. So we'll just go get them, and then we'll be able to get the water on, and then once we've got that water on, we can go out and start harvesting. So I do have plenty of bodies, which I actually got this afternoon. So we'd have to go and farm some of those. vehicle. Last thing I want to do is put them in the wrong vehicle, go back to the deep desert, and then realise, oh, where are the bodies? I have done that before. Check.
Totally forgot about water space.
Oh yeah, just water space as well. Oh god. Why does one thing, like I said before, one thing always snows and falls into another. Oh, I get death stills because that's all out of the water. Totally forgot about the fact that you need something to store the water in. We've got we're definitely not doing delirium. I do steel, but steel's actually really hard. Like, you think copper nodes are rare out here. I'm yet to see a steel node out here. Steel nodes just are extremely hard to find in the deep desert. In fact, since they've put all the high tier metals on the wall in the deep desert, I don't think I've seen one. I normally go back to Hager Basin to get steel. So that's the issue with building these ones, is we'd effectively have to get all the resources from there. And these, they just don't hold that much. I think they hold 4,000. That's nowhere near enough. We're gonna have to get back and make some steel. I don't think we've got much choice. I really wish I'd realised that before we went back before. Completely overlooked water. I thought, yeah, just make death stills because that can generate the water. Didn't think about having to store it. Probably need, so each of those units, memory serves me right, 15,000, something like that, maybe 20 max. We'll know when we get back to the basin, Hager Basin, because my Hager Basin only has those ones. I used to have the large ones only out here because it just takes up less space. But yeah, the medium ones, they don't store that much. Like the large one stores 100,000 per one, and I used to have 4 of those out here in my big base. But the delirium is what puts me off of that. I'll have a look to see how much how many units the medium one carries. If the medium one only carries 15, I might have to go to large because I don't want tons of those like storage things everywhere. Probably didn't need to bring out as many death stills as I brought out. Probably could have just dismantled one. Because at this rate, because they output 40,000, they won't let me turn them on unless I've got the capacity to hold that. I suppose technically it would probably get to near the end before, when the system fills, you won't lose it. It will just like pause the progress of it. So the ones that don't empty their load because the other ones have basically filled up the capacity, they would still pretty much be near completion. So just as the available capacity comes available to allow it to finish, it'll then finish off it. So it's still probably a good idea to have 4 out there, but I'm not going to be able to, even if I was to build 2 of the large ones, I'd still probably, well, about 2 of the large ones, that would have enough capacity to let them all drop. But to be fair, I'm probably going to need to make the large ones. Or maybe just 1 large one. On the very top floor is where they are. Here. We'll see how much the capacity is of them. I'm pretty sure it's not very much. Oh, 50,000. All right, that's more than I was expecting. Okay. Oh no, that's not. No, it's not 50,000. No, it's 25. I'm looking at that, thinking, oh, it's 50,000. I can play with that. That's good. No, 25. Okay, 25 is still doable, I think. So if you get 2, that's 50. We'd need to make 4 of them. The only thing with that is how much culvert paste tonight it makes as well. So it requires 30 silicon. Oh, that's because I've got what those there. Yeah, so 30 silicon for the medium. Oh, and 160 silicon for the large. Okay, we're definitely not making large. We're making we're making mediums. So we'll get the steel going now, and then we'll get the silicon going as well. As you can tell, I've got like loads of sort of intended ones to build, like planned ones that are there, but I just haven't put them in, like built them. It's just because I don't really need to. Like I could build them, but I just don't need that amount of water here. Mainly because I don't do the refining here, or haven't done since I've been out in the deep desert. That's 120. How many do I need? Just to build 4. Oh, 100. Oh no. That allowed me to build 2. Iron ore. I've got tons of iron ore. Does it mean I can't build iron ore? Good check. I've got a box full of fucking iron ore. Not like full in the sense of like just iron ore, but there's like loads of iron ore in it. Iron ore. Oh, it's because it's input 2. Let's change to input 1. Oh, actually, that's output, isn't it? It's output I need to do. Output 1. Input 2. No, I'll leave it on input 2. Output 1. Which means it should then get picked up by the Rhino. Yes, it does. Probably explains why before I thought, oh, that's why I had some. So I went out and got a load more. And then I came back to that box. I was like, why is there tons in here? It's like, God. That's why. I've changed the circuits and not totally forgot about it. Switch these jobs around. So if you're not aware, you can actually, rather than have to like stop one or like cancel one and then put the other one ahead and then make the other one again, you can just like go into here and change the order. So if you want to change the priority of which one's getting done first, then you can just use that and it puts it above. It'll finish the current one in progress, but then after that it'll start on the new highest priority that you set. We'll do the iron first, and then I can just max out the steel after. And then I know that's sorted. So we'll need silicon as well. 30, so that'd be 120 altogether. I'm going to finish eating the rest of my dinner. If you have any questions, do feel free to ask. I'll probably type rather than speak, just because I'm trying to eat. But I'll finish eating my dinner and then I'll come back on camera once I've finished having my dinner. just realised, sorry, that my mic was muted. So we're finally back. We're just doing a final part now of the actual harvesting, or the crafting of the actual items that we need to actually get the container units. Once we've got the containers for the water, we can then go off and do spice harvesting, which is the part that I've been looking forward to but not looking forward to. With a mixture of reserve feelings, obviously. It's the trickiest part, because obviously we're going out to the deep desert where the sandworms are, obviously avoiding getting eaten by them, and we'll also be staying in the PvE zone unless all of the spice land in that area has been already harvested, which it very could well be. Last weekend it was very busy, so I ended up having to go out to the PvP areas in order to get the spice sand. We'll see how busy it is today and whether or not we've got any nodes that are available in the non-PvP areas. That just makes it a little bit easier in the sense of, like, it means that we don't have to take as much risk. But if we need to, we'll go out to the PvP areas and spice farm out there. But before we do that, we do need to make sure we have water, and that's why we're making these containers that allow us to store the water, because it's okay having spice sand, but if you can't have the water, you won't be able to make the spice melange, and that's the whole reason why we're doing this grind. And the first grind we're doing is just to get the medium spice refiner. We'll also need to get the plastinatum metal as well, which is the highest tier metal. That won't be too hard to get because that's all on the wall now, so that's just more of a time factor than anything these days. But the thing with that as well is we're not going to be able to do that very efficiently, so we'll see how it is. But yeah, this is a grind. This is a proper grind through all the stuff in order to get all the stuff. We're effectively recovering from a Coriolis wipe. So the storm that comes every Tuesday around 12 o'clock UK time, and that literally wipes anything that's left in the deep desert. Last week, for those that aren't aware, we lost everything that we left out in the deep desert that wasn't in one of my vehicles. Luckily, I did a full day's grind last Sunday, spent 10 hours out in the deep desert with this large spice refiner and everything else like that, top efficiency, mining and harvesting a load of resources. I actually took all that stuff that I had done and actually put it in an ornithopter before I went to bed, but then hadn't logged back on before the wipe and lost everything that wasn't in that ornithopter. It does mean that if I wanted to, I wouldn't have to do the grind that I'm doing right now, but I want to show and work out myself just how painful it would be if I wasn't as lucky as I was, and didn't have that spice melange and would have to do this. So this is an experiment to see how much effort you then have to go into should you ever do this yourself. And I'm hoping none of you guys have to do this, but it's an eye-opener, I guess, to understand what you need to do. So our first step as well, before we even got to this stage, was to get the core parts of what we will need to do before we can actually go out into the desert and do that spice harvesting. And that was to get 2 critical items that allow us to do that. Those items are soft step shoes, which will take a 40% mitigation of aggro to the sandworms, and the other one was to also get a sand compactor, which is the Mark V, which again has a much lesser aggro towards the sandworms, but also has a good mining rate. So we've got those 2 items, and we got those 2 items in the first stream on Thursday night. It took us about 2 hours to do that, or just less than, and then that set us up for what we're doing today, which is getting the deep desert base set up. So we've got a base for operations while we're out there, and then we're going to start building up and getting to those medium first, then high tier refiners that we need to then start being able to build ourselves back up, so that we can do again where we were left off before we had the Coriolis wipe from last weekend. So very exciting. Does give us content, and obviously at the same time gives us like something to do, because to be fair, Dune's end game is pretty dire. So if you haven't played the game yet, or you don't play the game, the whole game itself is a really good game. You should try it. However, if you were hoping that this game is a forever game and there's loads of, you know, good end content, you'll be highly disappointed with Dune Awakening. The end content is the part that sucks, but all the part before you get to the end content is great. So it's kind of like a two-edged sword. I wouldn't want to give anyone the other or the opposite impression to that, because the game is amazing, don't get me wrong, but it's amazing up to a point. The PvP side of it sucks, pretty much. Some of it's alright. Like, at the end of the day, the game itself heavily narrates towards a PvE game, and the content and the richness and depth of it is really good. But away from the PvE side of it, the PvP side of it, and the deep desert itself, is at the moment at least a bit of a broken mechanic. It hasn't had enough thought in it. It's almost like they've ran out of ideas and they just thought, oh well, we'll just make the end game PvP, and they can kind of work out the content and the, you know, make up their own kind of part to the end game. And it's not a sandbox game, even though they've tried to say it is. So having just player generated content doesn't work for this game in the way it does for other games. And that's really because of how the whole of the game has gone. It just hasn't been set up with the end game in the way it is right this second, at least. Finally, the last one. No steel. Yeah, these go through a lot faster, so I'd say like half the speed. So considering we need to make double the amount of what we had to for the like iron, it's probably going to take about as much time. We do have multi-chat enabled as well, so you are able to chat across the multiple different platforms, apart from those in Twitch. Unfortunately, Twitch, due to rules by Twitch, you'll only see chat from other Twitch users in Twitch, even on the stream itself. However, if you are on any of the other platforms, you will see the chat from all the other chat platforms as well. Even Kick, that normally just has bots. Like, I'm not sure how many real people are on Kick, but one thing I will say is it's got a lot of bots. They love joining my channel, promoting that they can make it popular. I don't think I want my Kick channel to be popular if it just means more bots are going to join it. Getting there. No, I'm missing something. Did I not put like culvert paste into production? I don't need culvert paste, that's why. So it's everything requires culvert paste. Apart from storage containers. It's going to be too many. Probably going to be waiting on the culvert paste. Well, not culvert paste, culvert paste on mine. The silicon is 44. It's only done 75. Think of how much all this has been done in that time. Got through all of the iron, and we're like halfway through the steel. One thing I am going to have to do at some point is do more flower sand sign harvesting, which I thought I wouldn't have to do for a long time. Before they brought out the patch, there was a place in Hagar Basin you could go. Well, quite a few. There was a few places actually, but there was one particular place I went to, Hagar Basin, where you could go and the worm couldn't get to, so you could effectively harvest it risk-free. But now they changed that, so now there's nowhere you can actually go to get flower sand without being kind of disturbed. So it's a lot harder to get these days. But I got absolutely loads of it. See 25,000 of it there. But by the time that we build all the silicon that I need to replace all the stuff and to then build the main base, that'll pretty much use up the whole lot. And I only know that because when I did it once in order to build all that stuff, and then before they brought in that patch, I farmed tons more and basically filled up a container and a half, almost 2 containers full of it, and thought, well, that'll keep me going for a while. Not thinking, oh yeah, but if you ever take out that base, you'll probably need to go out and harvest it all again, because you'll pretty much use all of that to make silicon. And I need a load of silicon when I start making the big products. So even like 25,000 sounds like a lot. It's not a lot when you have to make a ton of silicon. I'll need about almost 1,500 silicon, which you can get a lot more efficiently in a medium one than you can in this one. Like this one's eating it. Like I think it uses two. Yeah, I think it's 1 or 2 per one. Where this is using 5, so this is eating at the moment. Till I can get that medium one. Let's get the medium one. I need spice melange. And that's what we don't have, that we need to get. So the funds of inefficiencies and the wastage. We'll get done in hardly any time. This is going to take ages. 29. That's actually gone up a little bit more. Like it's a lot slower than obviously the steel's going through, but it's not that much slower than doing the iron. Like compared to that, that's blitzing through it. And as you can, these just don't hold enough. Like 5,000. Just to have enough of those for Dash Steel to be able to like drop all the water, you need what, 6? And we got like 4. Technically, like I said before, like you could just do it with enough so they could drop, and one would drop after the other as soon as you've emptied it enough. But yeah, you're not doing that. Like I'd literally have a hollow floor with just like tons of those underneath as well, or make a shelf that they could go on. Just no point. Just make the medium ones like what we're doing, because they'll also use up tons more like silicon. Guarantee they I probably, let's say how many silicon they use, but I reckon they use quite a lot of silicon. Well, they didn't actually use any silicon over just copper. Amount of space they would take up though. And tons of them, they're like little eggs. Oh, you're on this now. That'll overtake this in a minute. Yeah, it's 20 now. it gets down to 2, I'm going to cancel the other 2 because we don't need them. We only need 140. I put 2 too many in. $240. Just like, just take them with us because I'll probably need them at some point. Be more useful out there in the area. We're not too far behind here. We're like down to 11 now. One good advantage of this game is the fact that you can take things down and demolish them, but you get all the resources back for that, so it's not like you're not losing stuff every time you demolish it. You get exactly what you put into it back when you demolish it, even if it's damaged. The only thing you don't get that back for is like things that you wear. So like any of the clothing items I've got, like any of this stuff, if this was put into a recycler, you wouldn't get all the resources back. You'd only get certain elements of it back, normally the rare element of it. But when it comes to like building any of these like refineries or the building stuff itself, all of that stuff, you get the same resource that you put into making it back. Which is a mechanic they had to really do, considering like they wanted us to dismantle the deep desert each time. So yeah, if they had not brought in that mechanic and still expected people to like have to take their base down each week and then rebuild it each week in the deep desert, then basically people just wouldn't build in the deep desert, because as it is, people grumble about it because it is time consuming having to do it. Then you have the scenario like what's happened this week with myself, and then there's also other things as well, like having to get all the stuff out there and put it back out, like take all the stuff out there, bring all the stuff back to your hacker base, and each week that's painful because you have to do several trips, and not everyone builds on the wall. A lot of people build a lot further into the deep desert, which obviously means further distance, which means more time if you're doing several trips. And a lot of players do this all the solo. I don't think there's that many guilds left, or big guilds at least. There were at the very start, but now probably not that many big guilds at least. There will be guilds, and there are guilds, but they're not the big ones that were there when it all began. Perfect. Put that in there. So probably won't find it when I'm out there. And we're gonna bring, like, there was already some stuff that was refined anyway that was in the ore. So I've taken out. So we can now go back to the deep desert, build those 4 containers, get some water on the go, and then we can go out and do some farming. Let's carry on another step. Let's just get some more water before we go. It'll take an hour for the distils to actually extract the water from the bodies, and that's for each time you do it. So we'll put 4 in, and with the amount of containers we're putting down now, it'll drop at least 2 of the distils, and then it'll pause the other one because there won't be enough space to drop all the water. But then the next one will drop it as soon as enough water, 40,000 units, become available. Then it can then drop the whole lot, because it can only drop the whole lot at once, which is why it was moaning. And why at first I was confused when I was looking, like, what do you mean there isn't enough water? And I was like, oh, there's enough storage for water. Oh yeah, that storage that I totally forgot about, that I just take for granted everywhere else. Oh, don't do that. Content corrupted detected. Steam will validate the files next time you launch the game. Why? Why is Dune so fucked up? God, this game is starting to do my tits in. First I thought it was the graphics card. Well, now it can't be, because now it's telling me that there's corruption. I validated the files before. Just revalidate the files. Shouldn't take too long. You've already validated them. Like, I really don't know what the difference is going to make. Probably none. I might just roll back while that's doing that. I would love to actually roll back the NVIDIA driver, but the problem is I can't roll that back while the stream's going, because the stream uses the NVIDIA driver for various different things. It's used, like, the NVIDIA driver it does this camera works off it, because it does the background filter. It also does broadcast sound, so it actually filters and makes the sound better on the actual mic, takes out echo and removes background sounds and all sorts of other things. Like that, the NVIDIA driver does tons of stuff, so I can't even roll that back while the stream's rolling. But I would actually want to do that right now, because I'm pretty sure these problems only started since I put the latest NVIDIA driver on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch screens that Dune's going to work on, so that I don't have to mess around with the video footage. This isn't ideal, but it's the best I can do without having to keep crashing the stream because I have to mess around with the video setting. So effectively what I'm doing is I'm moving the screen, the default screen, to my second screen. So what I'm going to have to do is run the game off my main screen, but move all the stuff that I have on my main screen onto my second screen. But it's a workaround. It should work and stop me having to crash the stream. Just moved everything around. I just move my camera if I can. I don't think the thing is the wire on the back. I have everything so that you can't see wires open, which means the wires are just long enough to reach certain places, and the camera for that now is on my other monitor. So yeah, I'm going to be looking kind of away from things now because I'm on a different monitor. I'm on the monitor that I usually use for monitoring the stream, not playing on the stream.
I dream of it amongst the wild.
Amongst the wilds. I'm not set up for looking at this side. It's almost like it feels a bit awkward. Everything's set up for there. It's like keyboard, everything's like that way. And even my mic's like over there. Do what you can. Change the angle of it a bit maybe. Should work alright. Although it's a bit in the way, but will work. I don't think Dune has crashed as much as it's crashed today, ever. Like, I've had some problems with it now and again, and that is normally graphics card related, but not the crashes that are experienced today. Today it's like the game's literally just either completely just disappearing, and that is like almost like blue screen of death, but without bringing the whole computer down, which the blue screen of death is. But normally with Dune Awakening, the problems I've always had in the past is more to do with the anti-cheat software that it has called BattleEye. And I got past all those issues recently, within the last month and a half ago. Feels like an eternity ago now, because I've just been able to enjoy streamless gaming without having to worry about the anti-cheat software. But now we've got this current issue, which I am pretty sure it is definitely the latest NVIDIA graphics card, because this issue was not around literally before I updated it. I updated it sometime during this week, so I've not really played Dune Awakening much. to know whether or not it definitely is, but certainly I have like, I'm only playing for about an hour, just over an hour, and the game's crashing. So I really do think it's something going funnily badly wrong. Where shall I build these? Don't ever build these things outside, by the way. I did that. I made that mistake once myself. Building these outside. They are not weather resistant. They're definitely not. They're not weather resistant in Haga Basin, and Haga Basin is soft environment. If you build them out here, they will disappear probably in a day. These things you can only build inside. I actually built them in Haga Basin on the top of my base because I've seen other players do that. And then one day I came back and like it had disappeared. Like I had like, I think I had about seven or eight of them on top of one of my roofs, and all of them had disappeared apart from one of them that had hardly any life left. And I was like, oh. It's like, so I think it's like maybe the storms or whatever, but they're just not protected. I don't think you're supposed to put them outside. I don't think they have the like weathering protection. So when storms come along, even though your base is protected from the shields and stuff, anything like certain things that will still take damage from the storm, unless they are meant to be outside. These things I don't think are, because they do take damage. I wasn't happy because at that point I was like, now I've got like obviously apart from losing my deep desert base, you know, I've got all the resources I need and I can quite easily replace most of the stuff. Apart from Spice Melange, it's not easy stuff to replace. It's still a lot of effort replacing that. However, all these types of things, you know, they're relatively easy to bring. But back then, I was new to Haga. I was like new to the game, everything like that. I didn't have much resources, so even build these was a monumental effort. Because at that point I didn't even have an ornithopter, and the game doesn't really start until you have an ornithopter, because the ornithopters, well, it's your lifeline and it's your easy access to like any resource that you want to get. Where when you've only got a bike and you're in Haga Basin, like Haga Basin has loads of areas where you can't just walk, you can't just go across on your bike because there's got like sink sand and stuff. So you've got to kind of like go the long way round, go around that, and then by the time you do that and you get all the way up to like the high level nodes that you need to get to build some of this stuff, it's just like, it's painful and it takes so long, and you can't carry that much either because the bike doesn't carry that much. Back then I didn't have a buggy either, so everything is just like a never-ending pain. One good thing with those though, they don't take up any energy, so you can put as many of them down as you want. So now I can put the body in, and that will start. And as you can see, this, it actually puts like a cover over it, so you can see the other ones, they dip in, and that one is all flat. As that starts to suck, you'll start to see the body shape, and as it's like sucking out all the water, it'll get to the point where you just see a silhouette of a body. It looks quite good. Like if we get to a point and we come back and one's still done, then you'll see what I'm on about. that's all of these full. That'll give us, each one will now give us 40,000 water from it once it finishes processing, which takes an hour for it to process. So we can leave that going, and once they finish, then we'll have, well, pretty much full. All those will be full, and probably one of those won't drop. Well, one of them definitely won't drop. Because we don't have the water capacity for all of those water, or all the water to drop into the system. So when we start using it, then the remaining one that will pause because there isn't enough water in there for it to drop, will unpause and then drop its water once there's enough water capacity for it to drop. So now we'll get changed into our gear and we'll go into the desert and start finding some spice sand to harvest. Stops the boots on. You can don't need that. If you wonder why I'm dropping stuff, it's because like I generally just take out what I don't need. Just in case I get eaten by a worm, because something could happen and I do get caught out and I do get eaten by a worm. If I do, I lose everything on me, so I just want to minimise the amount of stuff I'm taking out, so that whatever I do lose, isn't as bad as being fully loaded and losing everything that's super valuable to me, etc. Probably should have checked to see what the map says. I do have a resource map that tells me where all the resource nodes are, or where they should be, because they're not always. But that is a good sign over there, because that's one that's just blown. See the cloud there? Now that's probably a small, but we'll soon find out, because if the cloud disappears very fast, then we know it is a small. But if that cloud stays around for about 5-10 minutes, then it'll be medium. It looks like it's dissipating quite fast, so I reckon that's a small. Oh yeah, it's disappeared already, so it's a small. But we'll head over there anyway, because why not? It's just a small. Anything's good to get started on, even if it's only a small. While I'm going over there, I'm just going to get the map up to see where the resources are this week. Rather than relying on having to wait to see the kind of things spawn, because there could be one spawned out here already that obviously, unless you know it's there, then you're not going to know it's there. Keep an eye out for a little purple dot, because these small ones are very small. Like, they do not take very long to harvest at all, because they're that small and you don't get much from it. Oh, there it is over there. So that little purple dot just ahead, that's our first spice field, which is the small spice field. Very small spice field. In the area in at the moment, we only get small and medium. The large ones are only in the PvP areas. And I don't have to worry about any players because we're in the PvE area, so this is all risk-free apart from the sandworm itself, which will show its face at some point. I've got the main area. Like the small ones are very unconcentrated. Even if you were to like go around the very edges, you don't get that much. Like as soon as you go towards the edges, it's like you get a couple units. There's a little mouse. You can kill those. It's a Maweeby. Maweeby. What's his name? It's not Maweeby. Beeb. That's the name of the mouse. The desert mouse. Someone's going to come any minute. Normally you can't get through a small one without it. Normally like by the time you do the very last strike, it'll come. So I am very surprised it hasn't come yet. But we got through that whole small one without it even coming. I'm also taking a bit of a risk actually doing spice harvesting whilst I've got instability, because normally I don't normally do this during like instability issues. Like when I had the issues with the anti-cheat software, it got to a stage where I couldn't play the game without not knowing whether the game might kick me out. So I am taking a bit of a risk with knowing the game could randomly crash. Because if the worm comes along, well, it doesn't know whether I'm crashed or not, and it will just continue to eat me. So I could just log back into the game and I'll log back into a skin. Pretty much. So, oh my god. And that's what happens if you get taken out. Fuck me. How random. B7. See if we log back into where we died. Hopefully we did. We did. Wow, that's never happened to me. I've heard that can happen, but it's never happened to me. Oh my god, the actual ornithopter is damaged. Let's see if we can take it apart. If I aggro a worm, I'm gonna have to just get out of there.
bound to happen. Okay, we're going to need to go back to home base in Hagar Basin. All your items are lost. It's dim. These are all your items in the world. You wish to continue? Yes. Okay. We've probably just lost all of what... Well, we have just lost some stuff, which is an absolute pain in the ass. Now I need to go back to Hagar Basin to go and get an ornithopter. If you wish.
Music to my ears. The basin is... I never miss the... Let's move before a storm rolls.
I've never actually been hit by one of those falling things. Falling ships. And I did get told that you could take damage from one of them hitting you if one of them hit you, but I've never actually experienced it. Well, now we've seen live on stream what happens when you get hit by one of those flying vehicles. They will literally take your ornithopter out, and as you could see, it completely destroyed the very front of the ship, which meant that the ship wouldn't fly because it had a completely broken unit. And the game has been at the arsehole, so it wouldn't just drop me in here, and now I've got to go. Luckily, I keep my base close to here for this exact scenario. However, I was hoping that I could go straight back to it rather than have to have some stupid AI tell me about shit I'm fucking already aware of. Step backs, eh? Okay. And that's why we only carry what we need to when we go out spice farming. Don't have another still suit to wear, so I'm just gonna, for now, put one of these sets on. I just need to go get an ornithopter and essentially get back out there so that we can recover what's left of the vehicle, assuming it hasn't been eaten, which it shouldn't have done. Oh, we've got a spice worm. If you get eaten by a worm, you have a chance of getting a tooth. You can actually use that tooth to make a weapon. Need one of them. And that. What's I need? One of those, one of those. Okay, let's go. Run as fast as we can, and we need to get back out there ASAP. Just as I was saying about losing stuff out in the deep desert. Something out of the complete random air, as if the game can hear us, what we're doing, which it probably can. Goes and throws a freaking curveball and a half. The deep desert is unforgiven is another word altogether. And stuff like that happens. So I'm good. Regardless what happens now, we're gonna have to go back to Hagar Basin because we're gonna need to replace at least one of the peak components, if not the whole of the assault ornithopter. But I'm hoping. Actually, oh crap! I lost parts of the ornithopter on me, didn't I? Because I took it off. Oh, should have just left it on the ornithopter. Got eaten by the worm. I was trying to get to an island, but I was so conscious that worm was nearest. I was just trying to get to somewhere. Anywhere, like we were not far from the wall, so I was heading towards the wall. You used to lose the aggro. They've changed the aggro on the worm now, so you used to be able to get away from a worm doing what I just did. But as you noticed there, I lost the aggro, but as soon as I hit the ground again, the aggro returned. That's the new mechanic they introduced. Previously, you would have been able to lose the worm, and you'd been okay again. But now, once you've got the aggro, that's it. As soon as you re-land, the worm's right back on you. And eventually you get to a point where you'll unless you can get to an island, you're screwed. Get out and put all this stuff on. Before we go out, I don't really want to go on the sand. Waste even more time out there. And that's the freaking one there. At least the ornithopter will be there because we would have took the worm with us. So the ornithopter should be still there and safe. I was thinking as well before, should I take a spare ornithopter out? Like take this out with me, the scout one, just in case I need it. And I was like, nah, I'll be alright. The SL one will be fine. We're already staying in the PV zone. what could possibly happen? What can possibly happen? That's what can happen. Oh my god, if I'd realised it was only over that dune, I would have come this way. I went that way. But if I'd come that way, I would have bumped into that. I would have seen I didn't see them. Where's my ornithopter? Oh, there it is. Yeah. This is going to be a bit tricky. What I'm now about to use is very aggressive, so it's going to attract the worm very fast. But it does.
detach stuff very fast. I want it to come this way because I don't want it to eat my vehicle. Okay, let's drop that in. Oh, at least we got the we didn't lose as much as I thought I did. I think we've only barely lost the part that was already damaged anyway, that I would have had to replace anyway, so. And it was only a mark, it's like mark 3 anyway, so it's not like top tier. What is it going on about? It's like something attached. Oh, I know what it'll be. It's like so buggy when it comes to certain things. Everything. Okay, let's get out of here. That bloody thing up there, that's what took us out. Damn thing. Okay. We'll work out what we've got left of our assault helicopter, and we're going to need to effectively build whatever we've completely lost, because I got ate by the worm. And we'll also have to go out and get another spice compactor. Like, we don't have to go and get the blueprint because I actually have spares of those, and we're pretending not everyone has to deal with that issue, because not everyone's going to have a crash hit them. Like, that's never happened to me the whole time I've played EVE Online, or not EVE Online, Dune Awakening. So it is very rare that's going to happen. If that happens to you, that could happen at any point. Like, I'm not going to even build that into the calculations of what we're going to do. I'm also going to stop the timer as well on our current mission, and that's purely because, again, this is sidelining from what we're supposed to be doing, while I'm going to have to do it in order to be able to get back to where I was before we got hit by that ship, which randomly hit us. The fun of it. Like I said, there's no end game. No, there's literally no end game unless you get hit by a ship. That creates content. I'd love to. I want to see the replay of that later. It's like that was just so out of the blue. It's almost like a myth. It's like so many games where there's like myths of like things that happen in games, and you think, oh yeah, whatever, and you hear about it and you think, oh well, it could happen, but you just think, oh, it'll never happen to me. Wow, it just happened to me. All right, let's work out what we've got. I've got, so on me I've got the booster, Mark 5 booster, we've got the cabin, we've got the so that's storage, got the wings. May as well rebuild it. The center, our wings. Oh, that's what we're going to be missing. The engine, the capacitor. Tail. Where's it gone? Got the end of its track. And the thruster, the booster, boost. So I'm missing the engine, capacitor, and the front. 3 things that take up the most resources to make. Typical. Oh well. Need to go back to Hager Basin and go and make those components. I might have a spare of I think I have a spare of the capacitor. Maybe the engine. But I definitely don't have a spare cockpit. So I'll have to make that. And I've got to make capacitor, and then we're going to need to go out and get another blueprint for the soft step boots. Oh god. And I said there was no end content. The end content is when you just get fucked over. What it is. That's the end content. Who needs PvP when you've got like an environment that's just so brutal? You can be just like, why did you open this? Fly it across the desert, get taken out, and then that's it. People think they're scared of PvP. At least in PvP, if you can't get eaten by a worm, so well, you could get eaten by a worm, but I'll go into a different story on how you'd get eaten by a worm from PvP. But the main part of PvP, you're not going to get eaten by a worm, so there's no way that you'll actually lose all your stuff. The most you could lose is if you're in an assault ornithopter, would be the assault ornithopter itself. And that's obviously why you keep the stuff on you quite light, and the ornithopter itself is like, well, yeah, it's replaceable. Some of the stuff that I had on me there isn't as easy to replace. Like, I would go as far as saying as the ornithopter, while it's a player's most prized possession, it's not replaceable. It's very easy to replace. Where sometimes the stuff that you have on you, your personal self, that stuff's more valuable because it's not as easy to replace as an ornithopter. Even though ornithopters are more valuable and useful in some ways than the stuff that you'll have on you. It's just like a bit hard to explain that, but there's certain items I will carry on me that generally are irreplaceable because they're one-offs. But an ornithopter will always just be basic components, and even if you have to replace the whole thing, like, I've got spares, like, of most things. I don't have a spare assault copter just because I don't have the room to store it at the moment. However, down the line I will do, and down the line I will have backups of even them. But yeah, like, at the end of the day, it's the ornithopter's just like quite easy to replace. Some, like, even what I'm wearing now, this is like a one-off suit that was given as part of a developer pack. So once I lose this suit, that's it. Now if I get eaten by a worm, this will be gone forever, and I've got no way of recovering it unless I buy it off the player market. But then I have to hope that someone else that got one of these decides to not wear it and sell it instead. So you're not guaranteed to ever be able to get one back. And if you do get one, it's not going to be cheap, because if I was selling this, I'd try and get as much money as I could. Like, this suit probably costs just as much as, maybe, I don't know, Spice Melange itself, like, if you were selling a significant amount of it. One thing I have got now, though, is a worm's tooth. Now, when you die from a sandworm, you have a chance, not guaranteed, but you have a chance of getting one of these. I can't take this off me, because this item as it is won't let me take it off me. But if you ever get one and you don't have the recipe, I recommend you try and keep it in your inventory. Yes, you use a inventory slot, but you get a chance when you do get the recipe, which I'll show you now, an overpowered dagger from it. So it's really worth trying to keep hold of it, unless you just want to get yourself eaten by a worm to get hold of one, which you could just go out naked and keep getting eaten by worms until you get one. So that's one way you could do it if you really wanted to do that. But generally, most people don't go out their way to get eaten by a worm just to get a worm's tooth. So there is a recipe I have that will allow you to make a dagger from it. Somewhere. It's probably in this, because this is the specialist one. Where is the recipe? Somewhere here there'll be a recipe, because I do actually have the recipe. Oh crap! What did I do? Just built something I didn't want to build. What did I build? Pistol. Crazies. I knocked a button. I've got like hair touched like buttons, and I rushed past the button, and it just happens to be the button that initiates the build. Dagger should be here. Why is it not here? One. It requires that worm's tooth. Unless I got it and just didn't consume it. No, because I used to have a box full of like blueprints, and I'm pretty sure I consumed it. Tell you what, let's have a look. Or maybe I didn't get it. Oh, we'll get it another time. I'll work out where it is and I'll sort it out. I'm not going to spend all time trying to work out where the hell the blueprint is. I have got it somewhere. Anyway, what do I need to do first? I need to firstly work out how much aluminium I've got, because I need to be... I think I took the last aluminium out first, didn't I? Which means it's salt. So we need one of these. 70. Oh, delirium. Oh god, it's not even about aluminium, it's delirium. It's even worse. Okay. I need to firstly go and get some aluminium. I thought it took aluminium to make these, but it doesn't. It's delirium, and this is only Mark 5 as well. So I need 70, 50, and where's the capacitor? Engine. Boost, thruster, rocket launcher, I don't see the capacitor. Oh, the generator, isn't it? Generators, not capacitors. Generators. Alright, so that's 50, that's 50, that's 70, 170 I need. And a ton of culvert paste, because that's culvert paste always required for this type of stuff. So I need 25, 25, 25, 75. 75 culvert paste. Let's get them into production now. If I've got any raw aluminium, I'll put that into production. But I don't have any, so I'm going to have to go and get some of that. Okay, I'll put culvert paste into production now. Luckily I've got enough of that. I don't fancy having to go into the mines to go and get that stuff. You can only get that stuff from a very particular place in Haga Basin, in the Rift. So I'm glad I don't have to go and get that. It's one less thing to have to get, not to have to get. One thing I do need to get is this. So this is a Mark 5 cutting array, so it's not the top, but it's still pretty good. It'll allow us to go and farm the top nodes. Like we could do that in the deep desert, but the problem is like with the copper, because there's higher tier nodes around, it's actually harder to get the low, like aluminium and stuff. Like aluminium's far easier than the copper to get hold of in the deep desert. However, it's still not that plentiful. It's actually easier though to get here, so that's the reason why I've come here. Although ideally it would be easier to get here in the buggy, because the buggy obviously gets a lot more per node, even for my Mark 5. That's obviously because that's a Mark 6, but even if I had a Mark 6 cutting rate, the handheld just doesn't do anywhere near as much as the buggy does. But these, on the very top of these big, I don't know what you want to call them, pillars, these are just full of like aluminium nodes, so this is where I always come to get my aluminium. It's right on my doorstep, and doesn't take too long. Normally I do this in my assault copter so that I can carry more. But we don't have that, so we're stuck with the scout copter. Normally only do 2 nodes with this particular cutting array because it mines that much per go, but if I mine more than 2, I essentially won't get the full amount. And it doesn't just drop it on the floor with these, it'll literally just fill you up and then you'll miss out, so it's best just to mine what you know you can actually get. Because anything else that you don't, you'll effectively just lose. And that means you have to do more nodes. I think that's all the aluminium on this one. On the very top, but you can also go down a level on some of these. So you know, it's like over there, there's like a level, lower level. I think there is on this one as well. Not that one then. So this one will have. This one will do the top and that second little one. Oh, I don't have water on me either. And I'm almost out of water. Oh god. And that was my spare water container as well, because my other water container got taken by the Coriolis storm when that took me out. I'm having a right week, aren't I? Fucking hell. Everything just wants to take me out. To be fair, that was completely my own fault, that part, but getting hit by a falling ship's not hardly my fault. Wrong time, wrong place. I think I'll stay out of grids that report bloody shipwrecks from now on. Yeah, I'm gonna go back now because, well, I'm almost out of water. And the last thing I want to do is die to lack of water. Because I'll start taking damage as soon as I run out of water. On that meter at the moment, there's literally, I don't know, half a centimetre. In here I won't lose any water because it's a water sealed base, so it means that you don't lose any water when you're in here. But when you're outside, depending on the environment, depends how much water you lose and how fast you lose it, and obviously what you're wearing. I don't have a still suit on, so I'll lose water faster, especially the hotter it is. How much water do we have in this base? Oh, we got no water in the base. Oh, that's an issue. I don't have any bodies here either. I'm going to have to go and kill someone outside and stop bringing bodies back, because we need water to make the delirium and the aluminium. Alright. I need a sword. Oh, that was my spare sword as well. All my spare stuff is literally being taken out by the fact I've just been eaten by a worm, because I got taken out by a fucking falling ship. Like that's such low tier, it's not even worth putting on. I've got it because there's a mission you can essentially do that if you get so many kills with these weapons, you get like a mission thing perk done. So I've kept them just so that I can do that mission, but I don't really want to use it in anger unless I'm actually going to do that mission. I might use that for now. That's got some decent DPS. When you kill the person where you can get a mission done for 1 million Solari, when you kill that guy, you get this weapon off him as part of that mission. Hey Squid Day, how you doing, buddy? I've had such a, well, I don't know, mixed day. Spoilers. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see any of my regulars on, so I thought it was safe to like talk about things that you might not have come across yet. However, something that you may have missed, because if you've only just joined us, I just got taken out by a falling ship in the deep desert, and I was flying across, and it literally damaged my ornithopter. I was in an assault ornithopter. It literally crashed my ship, and I was in the middle of the desert with like no way of like doing anything other than trying to take the ornithopter apart, but that was going to aggro the worm, which it did do. Then I sort of like used my grappling hook and kind of suspender belt to try and get away, but because they've changed the mechanics, there was no way of obviously losing the worm, because I couldn't get, I went the wrong direction. I realized when I got back to it that if I'd gone to another direction, the way that I was originally heading, I would have got to an island and I would have been safe. However, I didn't, and I basically got eaten by a worm. I have managed to recover the biggest part of my ornithopter, but there's 3 items I'm now missing. So I'm back in Hagar Basin, having to build the delirium so that I can build the 3 missing components I need to put my ornithopter back together, because it basically all of this stuff happened. So it's been absolute nightmare, mate. Oh, what a day. So I am back in Hagar Basin. I need to go and get some water because I don't have any water back in my base either, and I need to make some aluminium. I also don't have a container on me. I need to get a container. So, and I've got water that I can I've got some like cheap small containers, but my actual main spare container, yeah, that was lost, eaten by the worm. Empty obviously at the moment, and it doesn't contain, do you know how many fill slots it's got? It's got hardly any fill slots. Take a few sips and you're out of water already. I need to put that on me. Okay, we need to go. We need to go. I need to go and get some bodies. I need to go kill some people. Hopefully that dagger is good enough. How's your day going anyway? Been busy? He's playing solo may suck sometimes, but also playing in group sucks. There's always a negative and a positive. The positive with group stuff is literally the fact that you all have to align in order to be able to do stuff, because if you get used to doing stuff together, then effectively then you fall in the habit of like, well, what happens when they're not online and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a never-ending battle in some ways. What is the dagger broken already? How the hell is the dagger broken already? I've only fucking sliced twice. Oh my god. We're gonna punch them to death. Let's pick up the rear body anyway. I want the body, give me the body. Press the one button, I'll do it in the past. That's it. I've got the body. You can go away. I don't want your buddy's body. You don't want to group. You don't want to. Yeah, but even duos, mate, still requires you and your buddy to align. Get used to solo and then play with your friend as well. That's what I would say. Don't rely on them, but obviously when they are around, then it's good to be able to do stuff. Like, I would love it if I had some of my buddies that were supposed to be on the server and playing the game, because if they were, then I would be able to do some of the spice harvesting. That means I could take out a vehicle and, you know, do it in a way that I don't have to be worried that a worm's going to kill me, or whether I'm going to get back to the ornithopter in order to be able to rescue everything. Can you not repair this? Resources required. It doesn't have any resources. It's like a one-off knife, so you can use it and then that's it. It's dead forever. That's the dumbest fucking weapon you get in my life. I'm like, why? I'm surprised it even damaged. A special knife that is used. That is ridiculous. That had a really good kill ratio though. Look at the DPS is 191. For dagger, that's pretty good. Oh, and it won't repair. Oh, it's an unknown recipe. I wonder if you can get the recipe for it. It's a green. I don't think you can get the recipe for it though. That's the problem. I've just realised you need the recipe, and that's why we won't let me repair it. I think that's a dumb mechanic of this game. You have to know how to make something in order to be able to repair it. It would make some sense, but it doesn't really make sense to me because no other game does that. Like, yeah, you should know how something's made in order to be able to repair it, I guess. But I don't know. Let's put this body in anyway. Get some water. I need another weapon that isn't going to break as soon as you use it. The only thing is, like, the one thing I don't have tons of is weapons, because I just don't see the point in stacking weapons up, because it's not every day that you... Well, generally you just repair the one you got on you, and when that wears out, you make another one at that point. All these are just like memorial ones, more mainly. Other than that, me too. Now, so I already need to make delirium, but now I need to make even more delirium in order to make a weapon, a decent weapon. I've got the stuff to make a jolt, but I don't have the delirium. I need to make delirium. 14 delirium, 17 delirium to make a sword. I can't make that because I don't have water, and I need 500 water, which is more than I can carry. So, this boss button. I can change it if you don't like the music. I can put some more softer music on, or like dance music if you want dance music for this evening. It is Saturday night. This isn't so. I actually do have a playlist that is called Boss Music. This isn't it though. This is actually inspired by Halo. So this is Halo music. You can put the Assassin's Creed music on, which is I think the Assassin's Creed playlist sounds the most nearest type of music. I think that if you're going to play a playlist out of all the music that they've got, it sounds the most kind of deserty music, which Dune's just desert, so. It's a tad loud. I can lower the music a bit. Change the mixer. Turn it off. Is that better for your ears? It's like half. It's about half the sound. If I turn it too low, though, when I listen to the replays, you can't hear it. So I turn it up louder so you can hear it more prominently. Is that a better level? Or is that too low? Okay, we'll leave it there then. I need to, well, we need to wait for water, but I need to, oh, yeah, I need to wait for water because I can't, whilst I'm waiting for water, I may as well go off and get some more aluminium ore, so that once that other aluminium finishes, we've got plenty of aluminium ore to keep going on the aluminium ore, because we need tons of aluminium ore. And we always need aluminium, so it's always good to have a good stock of aluminium. And I did have a stock of aluminium, however, we've already gone through it all with various different things, because just one thing after another, everything is just literally snowballed into literally an absolute cluster of crap things that have happened today, and it just ate it through all my spare resources of things. Also, by the way, Squid, like, I've had to switch screens and all sorts, so I'm actually playing on my main monitor rather than my secondary monitor, which is what I normally play on. So chat is way out the way. So if I don't see your chat, it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's just because it's not where it normally is, so it may not catch my attention.
Sector weather alert. A large
Oh,
sandstorm.
sandstorms, feck off. I'm trying to fucking do stuff here. Oh, where is it coming from? Can't wait. I don't. Do I have a? Oh, I don't even have a. I don't think I even have a. I'm gonna have to go back. I don't think I even have a vehicle recovery tool that I can pick up the helicopter with. God damn. I don't have. No, I don't have a still suit because I had a still suit. My spare still suit that I had is the one I got that I was wearing when I got eaten by the worm, because my other one got taken by the sandstorm on Tuesday. So I've gone through my spares. My spares that are supposed to be a backup have backed me up for as long as it's taken for a slamworm to eat me. So I've ran out of backups from basic backups anyway. Like whoever literally loses stuff to the Coriolis sandstorm on the Tuesday, then tries to like recover from that, and then has another setback because of some random event that never happens to like 99.9% of players, but that one place in space that you could just be at the wrong point in time, and a ship falls right down on your ship, takes you out, and then causes you to get eaten by a sandworm because of another series of events. You couldn't script it, mate, honestly. Has it gone past yet? No. It's just taking a while to get here. I don't even think it's going
Sector
past.
weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's taking its time. Oh. You have to laugh, don't you, sometimes? Oh. If someone told me this had happened to them, I'd feel so sorry for them. Just because I'd be like, oh, that's just so unlucky. So to be unlucky at once, but to just continuously fall into unluckiness is a new real game. Oh, there's like 77 mils left in the system. Extract it all. Oh well. Let's get back to get some aluminium. Whilst we're actually in Hacker Basin, we'll also go and get the blueprint for this offset boots, and then we'll have to make them, and then we'll have to also make the sound compactor as well. No comment. We might get back to sand harvesting tomorrow. I don't think we'll be doing it today. I do have the recovery tool on me, yeah. This lovely little thing. That's another thing. If I'd actually been out in the deep desert when I'd actually got taken out by that falling vehicle, if I'd been in the scout one, yes, it would have probably caused more things to damage rather than just one component on that vehicle. However, had it happened, I could have just used a vehicle recovery tool to zap that. But for anyone that's watching that doesn't play Doom, the assault ornithopter can't be zapped by the recovery tool. So while you can recover a vehicle if it was eaten by a sandworm or by anything else, you can't actually like pick it up like you can do with a scout ornithopter. A scout ornithopter has the ability, like the bike, where you can actually pick it up. That's the worst ever attempt to get up there. And that means that I would have been able to have got out safely because I could have just literally zapped it and I could have head straight towards safety. And I would have very unlikely been eaten by the worm, because the only reason why I got eaten by the worm is because I know I was going to attract the worm, but I wanted to pick up as much as the ornithopter as I could so I could try and then take that to safety. And I was going to try and take that to an island, put that on the island, then go back and get the other parts. However, obviously that didn't work because I went the wrong direction. I went the one direction where there weren't any islands, and there were islands every other direction if I'd not headed towards the wall, which is the direction I went. Need to drop the helicopter. Need the storage. You can hear a worm from here. Hear it creaking in the background. I haven't done this for yonks. I used to do this a long time ago, back when the server used to be really busy. But I very rarely need any significant amount of aluminium, and if I do, I normally just get whatever I need from the deep desert, because I don't need any significant amount of it, so I'll just get it like as I'm getting the other titanium and the stradium and stuff, I'll just get it at that point. When I see it spotting around, I'll just, oh, there's a node, I'll get some aluminium while it's around. And I'm around. Very rarely that I'm having to get so much of it, because I'm actually having to build with stuff for it. Welcome back, everyone. We had a even worse issue that time, a blue screen of death. That means that I am going to have to update the graphics driver, because the video driver clearly is very unstable, the latest one, because none of these issues were occurring before I updated it. So Battlefield is just going to have to park itself, because I can't be dealing with this constant issue that has arisen since the latest update.
We'll be back in game in just a moment. I'm just going to have to run up some updates or backdates, which actually I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to do it after. We're going to try and run the stream, and if it crash again, then we're going to have to just stop the stream for today, and we'll resume again tomorrow if we do have to take it down again. It's only because there's so much that is tied to the NVIDIA's graphics card that I can't update it whilst doing all of this stuff. So we'll give it one more go. Hopefully we can last long enough to get to a point where we close the stream naturally rather than have to do it prematurely. Just launching a game. It's not the game itself. It's my computer because of the driver. But the game keeps corrupting as well, which is really weird. It doesn't do that. Might have ever done that once to tell me, oh, there might be a validation issue that you may need to sort out next time you restart the game. But when it does blue screen of death, that is a very bad sign of instability.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind. With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk Doctors, Sword Masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit Sisterhood. But it was the Navigators and their monopoly on space travel that set the conditions for the Imperium. But I am telling you of the universe you already know. Let me describe the one you do not. In this other universe, my mother, Lady Jessica, consort to Duke Leto Atreides, gave birth to a daughter, a girl they named Ariste. Because of her obedience to the Bene Gesserit, Lady Jessica is trained as a truth-sayer. Because of that training, Lady Jessica was able to detect Dr. Yue's deception. Because of the forewarning of his betrayal, House Atreides survived the Battle of Arrakeen. Because of their survival, the Emperor declared a full-scale war of assassins. Because of the war, the Sardaukar were deployed to ensure spice shipments continued without interruption. Because of the Sardaukar, the Fremen were eradicated. There was no Muad'Dib, no Lisan al-Gaib, no Kwisatz Haderach. I see a universe where I, Paul Atreides, was never born. All my visions lead to horror, except this one. This one leads to you.
I'd let it play for the people that haven't ever seen the trailer. That's me naked because I got last eaten by the worm. Buns. Okay. Where's my... Remember what I was doing? Okay, we're on top of the rock and we're gonna cut this in. Why is that not responding? It's probably because my rifle hasn't updated. So I think he's on another game, but it's still on another game. Nearly full. I'm going to need to empty this first. For some reason my keys aren't working. One finger after another. Picking up the keys, and I've already reset the actual profile, so it must be the game. Just test it some other way. I need to reset something because it's not working. I need to turn the camera off auto track first. Okay, now it's working. That's something about Razer's products. When you get like one of their gaming pads, sometimes it will just freeze, and the only way to actually get it to start working again is literally unplug it and plug it back in again, because it just gets, well, whatever it happens just happens, and it just doesn't do anything effectively. Like like the analog little joystick thingy was working, but all the buttons weren't working apart from that. So oh yeah, and Squid, I said like bad, but I meant put blue screen of death happened again. Not bad. My bad, typo. Oh, I need to get out of this water. I don't have any water.
think I've ever been in a situation like this. Like I'm going so far backwards. It's unreal. It's like I don't have any water in Hager Basin because, well, I took all the water I did have in Hager Basin to the deep desert because I thought I was going to stay out in the deep desert. And I didn't think I'd need it in Hager Basin or be in a situation where I'd actually desperately have to come back to Hager Basin and then rely on my resources that are in here. It's like it's a downward spiral. When bad luck strikes, it strikes hard. Oh, and I don't have my chat things up either properly. Yeah, I'll put that up in a minute. Just realised I don't have. It's because everything's blue screen, then I've had to restart everything. Some things I put up straight away because I know they're time sensitive. Let me put the chat up. I'm seeing your thing because I've literally got Twitch chat on my phone, but I've just realised that, oh yeah, I went to look at multi-chat and multi-chat's not up because I haven't started the separate piece of software that runs that. So I've now got that up. So multi-chat's now up, so I can see everyone's chat now. So if anyone else has been chatting on any of the other platforms, I apologise, but I could only see Twitch because that's the only one I actually monitor from the admin plugin. All the rest of them, I just, once I verify they're up, I just let them carry on and do their thing. But then I use another piece of software that brings all chat together into one place. And that I hadn't put back up because of the blue screen of death. I have put that back up now, so you should all be able to talk, and everyone will see everyone apart from those in Twitch. I'll only see people in Twitch because of the Twitch rules. All that body's. So that's what happens. I remember I mentioned before that when you put the body in, over time it was flat, and over time it'll start sucking in. Well, that's that sign. So it's starting to look like a mummy now. So it'll probably be about, I'd say 30% of the way through, or 50% of the way through, which it is. So we're at just under 30 minutes, and it takes 60 minutes for this to cycle. Once that cycles through, I'll have some water. Up to that point, I've got like hardly any water, so I can't go back outside now, because if I do, the tiny bit of water I have got will disappear. But while I'm in this base, because this is a water-tilled base, I shouldn't lose any water, and I should be okay. Like I think I've got a little bit in my water container that can boost up a little bit, but not much. I still can't go outside, because if I go outside, I just won't have enough water to last very long at all. So we've got 80 aluminium. Awesome. I can't put any more in production because I don't have water. We've got 75 cobalt paste. That's what we needed. So I'll take that up and I'll put that in the vehicle fabricator up here. Like, I can leave it down there, doesn't matter, it still take it from the circuit, but if I just put it up here, then it's up here ready. The aluminium there. Get the rest of the aluminium out of the scout helicopter. Too much stuff in there. Put that there. Split it. We just need water now, so we can continue. The source of life, at least in a dune desert. It's like everything you want to do in Dune requires water. Even like the thing. Sometimes, like, I wouldn't have thought you needed water to build components, but every component you use as well, it may even only require like 50 mils of it, but it's 50 mils that you need of water. So if you have 0 water, you won't be able to make it. It's like literally so vital for everything. So, oh, I got a worm. When I got eaten by the worm, here's the worm's tooth I got. I mentioned it to you the other day, Squid, that if you got eaten by a worm, that you have a chance of getting one. Well, there's my proof. Not that there isn't proof anyway, because you go watch the replay of the video of me being eaten by the worm, and also being hit by the vehicle out of the middle of the sky, out of nowhere. Can't wait to see that recording. It's gonna make my YouTube video pretty good. Like, and as we were going along, some random vehicle just popped out of nowhere and literally took us out. Completely unscripted. What can I do for 30 minutes? There's not much I can do. I don't have any I don't even have any weapons. Actually, let's go and actually use these weapons. Like, it's going to be challenging to use these weapons to kill things around here, but I rarely kept them to go back to the starter zone to use them. But let's go. Let's see if we can kill some stuff around here with them. Without getting killed. To be fair, I've got, like, the advantage I do have is the fact I've got, like, a high tier shield and suspender belt and everything else, so theoretically I should be alright. I just might have to take a lot of hits and shots at killing them, because this is really low tier gear that I've got now. Like, this gun is not good. Oh, thinking about it, I don't have any ammo. I need to make some ammo. What ammo does it take? Is it medium or hot? Heavy? Light darts. Oh, I hate light darts. Oh, this is going to be so painful to use this weapon. You start up when you get your first gun. They are light darts that you start with, but I moved away from like light darts as soon as I could, because they hardly damage the opponent. So you take, like, you have to, like, hit the target so many more times than you do with a heavy dart, which one or two hits the target's dead generally. I don't think I even have any light darts here. I think I'll have to put some into production, which, to put them into production, I'll need water. Probably. Maybe not. Yeah, just because I don't have any weapons other than these showpiece ones. I don't store darts, not light darts. I don't even start heavy darts, to be fair. I just have what I have on me. Let's see if we can. See if we can go make some. Find any water. They don't take any water, so that's cool. Light darts. We'll make, don't know how many batches. You get 60 in a batch, so don't make too many. 4 will be enough. And then we'll get rid of the rest of the scrap.
fires like 4 in a go. What? Oh, this is weird. I'm not sure I'm going to like this gun. I don't even remember using it the first time. I clearly have used it because it's got some damage on it. I've got a feeling it's one of the weapons that I would have probably just looted, and then I kept it because I noticed it's required to finish a mission. It's one of the journal missions. Missed. Oh, I'm not used to like hitting something more than once. Not dying. Give me your body. Oh, I should have brought the bike out with me. I could have used the bike to like I won't be able to store many bodies in the bike, but I can store more in the bike than I can carry. I can only carry one body at a time. I think the bike's here. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, about to get like a few more bodies in that. Bikes or any vehicles do not take any damage when you do big falls like that. You can fall off the biggest cliffs in the world and, well, Doom World, and neither you or the bike will take any damage. Weird mechanic in the game. Very first time I did it by mistake, I was like, what? Ah, I'm gonna die! And I landed at the bottom, nothing. And I was like, what? So it's like almost, how? It's like, that shouldn't be possible. What? Get off the fucking bike. Back to my bike, cheek. I feel like a pauper doing this. Probably shouldn't have picked up those batteries, they'll weigh a ton. When I'm trying to carry bodies, actually, maybe that's enough room for the body. I don't want to pick up too much stuff though. See if we can attract someone without bringing them all. Normally they'll all come at one point. See me. They'll all start coming now. Come around this corner, then all of the like melee ones will come first, and then the weapons will come after. Makes it a little bit easier. Like I know he's seen me because he turned the shield on and called me out. Come on, lazy bugger. Oh, yeah. Get me. Now they're engaged. They'll come and follow me now. They're not far, they only do. Even around here, the Gatling guns can burn through the shield so fast.
Enemy sight!
Capture you in into that when he uses his knockback skill, because he doesn't register your attack. It's even worse. I like my water's low, isn't it? And I'm outside. Needs to go. Ow. I've also got a weird message on my screen now as well. I don't know what that is about. Failed whiteboard mode. What whiteboard? I know there's a reason why I shouldn't have gone outside. Then you've got, oh yeah, water. The whole reason why I shouldn't have been outside. And I'm just yeah, go outside, do some stuff. Why not go and get some more bodies, be half productive. Now we can drink some of this, but you can only drink so much of this, so this will just stop you from dying effectively. But you can only drink as much as that, and then you have to stop. So it's kind of like a short lift. You can use a reef to fill yourself completely up, but again, it's a short-term fix. Really, it's not going to help long-term. Realistically, we just need a water container, because without the water container, you're just like almost running from node to node, and always constantly worrying about the fact you're going to run out of water. Unless you're in base like this and then water sealed. But I've got enough now to enough bodies at least to get going and get some more water going on the go. My body's like rarely close now to being done. We'll drop this one in, you're about to see the difference. So that's what it first looks like when you first put the body in, flat, and then as it gets more and more and it withdraws more and more of the water out, you get down to this point where it's kind of like just sucking the body dry, and it literally sucks all the way around the body, and then eventually it'll just disappear, and then you'll just be left with an empty death still. I call these death beds personally, but they are death stills. I've also noticed now my actual camera has lost its focus. How has it even done that? Oh god. It should be on autofocus. Don't know why it's done that. I can't even see the oh, there's the autofocus there. For some reason it knocked to manual focus. That's weird. I don't think I've ever put it on manual focus. Like, who's got time to like sit there focusing it constantly? That water should drop very soon. As soon as it does.
I'm going to pick up the water from myself and then drop that other body in. "11 minutes. So what you can use with those kind of plants, and you can only do this in the evening as well, because during the day it's too hot, but during the evening it's like anywhere where it's super hot, you then get that kind of like mist, or kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, misty kind of like bottomy area where all of the heat is like then condensed down, and because it cools down off the earth, you get an kind of like a film over just above the surface of like the surface an area where water vapor will collect, and effectively that's what those plants do. Those plants trap the heat, but then when it cools down in the evening, it then kind of turns into water, and at that point you can then kind of harvest that water. So you can use a tool that allows you to do that looks a bit like a reef, which is these. I mean, in this game they're called dew reapers, and you can effectively, like, I think it's 10 day now, so we're not going to have to do it, but you could effectively go out, put one of these in, and you'll be able to fill up your water containers doing this. Now when you're a very first starter, you'll do this in order to be able to get your water. It's the main way most people who start the game start out. Like, you notice now that there's no haze over there anymore, but when we're out in the evening you could see a haze over us. So you'll get your Reaper, put it in like that. You do need a battery, so you need to make sure you've got a power pack, but once you've got that, you just arm it, and then you just kind of like do that, and you'll get water off it. We're not going to get any water because you can only do this in the evening, and there's a peak period as well where you'll get water in the evening. So if you do it within the first hour of the evening, that's where the most dew will come, and you'll get an extra bonus for doing it at that point. And you'll know whether you're in that by in the top, I think it's the top right corner, there's a marker that will appear, and that marker is actually to do with the jewel collecting. In other words, it will show you whether you're in the peak or whether you're outside of peak, in order to be able to do that kind of water harvesting. As you can tell, to be fair, I only did it after the end game. Like in the end game, I never did it as a starter player. I went from leaf to leaf, and I even sucked the water like I did when I got off the bike. Like, I set the water at that point, but I never used one of those dew reapers. I didn't really understand them before, and I just thought they were a waste of time. And by the time I got to the stage where I got containers and stuff like that, that was it. You don't really need them that much, because then I was just collecting bodies, and you can use like I've got a machine downstairs. So while this one here, you get kind of more water out of the body by collecting the body and bringing it back to your base and putting it in one of these death things. But effectively, you only get them like halfway through the game. So when you're at the start of the game, you do it a different way. Instead, you have what I used to call the vampire kind of gun, and you can extract blood from a body. So when you kill someone, rather than collect their body, you collect the blood from their body, and then you can take it to this machine over here, and this is the larger one of the two, because there's a smaller one as well. And you can effectively put the blood in this machine, and this machine then processes the blood and changes the blood from blood to water. Now, if you're really desperate, you can actually drink the blood, but you shouldn't drink the blood because it has a negative effect on you as well. So while it will take away the thirst, it will also add a negative. I can't remember what the negative thing is, but effectively you shouldn't do it because it does add some mitigating thing to you that isn't good for you. And yeah, effectively it's just there to discourage you from doing it, unless you absolutely really need to. put this Drew thing back. And I've got this purely just as a showpiece more than anything. I think I got it for a mission or something, and just kept it. Same as this one as well. Glutton's Hut is another. Like, you can use it's a weapon, but like that dagger that had really good stats on it, it probably won't last very long when it's not. Like, that one's really bad, but the dagger it had good stats on it. It was just the fact that it doesn't last very long. Its durability is pants. Like, I think I got a couple stabs out of it and it broke. Supposed to get that body in and wait for that thing to finish. Oh no. You can see the little bits of water coming out. It's quite cool. It's like quite a cool thing, these death stills, how they've animated them and stuff. There's like really good things about this game that, you know, really unique to the game, and you know, very in depth how it's thought about and how they do things. It's just a shame with the end game, I think, more than anything. And obviously today I've just had, I think I've lucked out of everything. And now I'm in a spiraling downturn of unluckiness. I should have just gone back to bed. I obviously got out the wrong side of bed today. Four and a half minutes. I don't know about your rooms, but I'll tell you what, my room, when I'm gaming on my computer, gets extremely hot. That hot that my mum doesn't ever want to come in my room. And no one when she does, she's like, it's so hot in here. My room gets probably warmer than it does when you go abroad and you're in a super hot country and you're there like sweating your bum off. That's why I'm literally in my room, even in the winter, I'll be wearing shorts and a t-shirt. In the summer, it's that hot, I can't even wear a t-shirt. And we've got an air conditioning unit, which we whack on in the summer. But that doesn't pump out enough cold air to counter my computer's hot air. Minute 50. Getting closer. gonna have more water in the deep desert than I'm having right here right now because I had four on the go there. Because I took 2 out there, but obviously all your resources double out there, so even if I put 1 back, I'd still end it. Well, if I put 1 back, I wouldn't have enough to build 1 here. I'd have to bring 2 back to have 1 here. When this gets to 30 seconds, I'll come out of this so you can see what happens when it finishes. Sandstorm. I don't remember hearing a warning. I swear my alarm system for sandstorms never goes off. So what you'll see is those plungy things will hang off the side and then the body will disappear. There you go. I'll put another one in. Stuck and dry. So now I should have some water. I should have some water. Not enough water to do all the delirium that we need, but enough to at least fill up a jug. Well, actually, should I make a proper sized jug? Would be a good idea, actually, wouldn't it? Yeah, aluminium. Well, we've got enough. What's the stats on that? Is that a good one? Let me just. It's aluminium, so it should be half decent. I just want to check what the stats are on it before we make it. That's Mark 3. So yeah, that's crap. You definitely don't want to make one of them. That's the hair. That's the leatage on. That's also crap. That's the one I was looking to make. Oh yeah, and that's got 10,000 units, so that's fine. We make that one. I made that. The reason why I've got 4 of these small ones I've got is because I made the mistake of going, oh yeah, but that's a powerful blueprint one. That's going to be amazing. Made 4 of them because I had 4 blueprints of it, and it was and I put them on. I was like, why they only got a few slots? Because they're that low tier. Basically, didn't bother making them. Pants. But this is the decent one. We'll just craft one. I only need one. 10,000. Keep that you can stay in the deep desert for as long as you want, pretty much about quite a significant amount of time. There is one bigger that you can make, the tier 6 one. That's like a tier 5. So the tier 6 one, you can make it, which is even better. Actually, aluminium. This is the tier 4 one actually. Yeah, because aluminium is tier 4. So this is only tier 4. You can make the tier 5 and tier 6 one. But this aluminium one is actually good enough. It's the one I go to. Go reasonably. Well, called reasonably priced, but take the reasonable amount of resources. I've got 1,000 water left. I have to put a lot of aluminium on. I want to drop that purple one because knowing me, I'll go to fill it, and even though the other ones first, it'll start filling the one I don't want to keep. Yeah, but I made these originally because I was actually trying to transport water out to the deep desert. So I thought if I had 4 of the like these, and I was expecting to at least have 10, I was hoping 20,000 units of water in, I'd be able to take out loads of water. But then I got them and I was like, what? What do you mean you can only do 2,500? Or less than that, 2,250. Like, what? Not even working now, bed for. That back in there. Like, I should just like recycle them because they're very. And even when I'm like, I am right now, I'm still reluctant to use them. And you know, I needed something more than anything. But it's just like so small. It's like I just know that that's not going to last very long. And as I go out and do big like mission runs and various different other things, you go through one mission and you probably used most of the water in that container, if not all of it. You need something that's got like loads of stuff, loads of water capacity. 10,000 is like a minimum almost now. But like, hardly any water. Probably just drank all the water from it. There's a little bit left in it. Oh well. We've got the aluminium going, that's the main thing. The funny thing is that 113 aluminium will take probably just as long as that next water cycle to do. So it's important to get that aluminium cycle in, because the aluminium just takes forever to cycle, especially on a medium or refinery. And even on the large one, while the efficiency is better, the speed isn't much better. It's marginally faster, but not much. This is the next one that'll be ready. It's 40 minutes away. So while that's going, got enough water now. I can go and get some more bodies, and we'll get some more bodies so that we've got another back for the bodies, so we can put some more bodies in. So we're going to need more water. So far we've got the aluminium in, but we've not got like that much. Well, I've got probably enough aluminium now to do the delirium we need. Well, not quite all of it, most of it. But we still need to do delirium, and delirium takes up way more water than the aluminium. So now that we've got 2 Death Stills going, that's better, because it means we're going to get the water faster, but we're still a bit limited.
Die, Mola! Oh!
Weird, there's normally 2 people here. I'm not complaining, but well, I am. It's like, now it means I have to go back up to that other area. If there's 2 people here, it would have been a bit easier. I could have just done this area. Now I'm going to go up the top area. There is one more person up here, so theoretically I could just get this person and then go back up. But I might get a few bodies. This means dragging those people back out here. Little dogger. There's one advantage with this over a bigger vehicle. Like, I normally take the buggy out because the buggy you can put loads of bodies in it, so it's just generally easier. But that you can't take in there, where this you can. So there's like one small advantage of having this over a buggy. Although, for whatever reason, it's not letting me take it in there. You used to be able to take them in there. They've changed it. Oh, why not? I hate you, Funcom. They're changing the bloody mechanics. I'm gonna get you. I'm here. Wow, this game pissed me off. And now I've got some controller things in the way. I need to fucking move.
Start the bow.
Oh, that guy's not in the way. Need to move this up the way. Oh my god, keep gunning them. Body bag. I need to get these guys close enough to each other, which they are, so I should be able to just stun them. I can do an area stun. This sword is that crap. It won't even like knock him down properly. Need to wait for my area stun to cycle. Now.
Kill him.
That kicked on me either. Fine. If we did the area knockback. Okay, let's put him in a body bag too. Oh god, this is hard when you're using crappy weapons that are very low tier. Like these are starter weapons, really. They're not, definitely not even meant for this area. And this area is like just past starter. So this is like, this area that we're in now is like one of your first areas that you'll come to when you come up over the other side of like from the starter zone. So there's kind of like a mission that gets you to cross
the gap, and this is one of the first areas you'll hit after that gap. Bike's full, is it? There's only 3 bodies in it. Oh, right. Well, those other bodies have disappeared before we get back, so we may as well just go. I don't know what time killing people. I can't even take their bodies. See whether we can drop these off quickly and get back, but they normally despawn. Actually, I have put them all into body bags, so they will actually last there for about half an hour actually, so we should be able to drop these off and actually get back, thinking about it, because of the method I do this. If we're just, obviously, if we had them bagged to them first, then they'll disappear usually within, I'd say about a minute. Might be a bit longer. Because we've bagged them, they should stay in the bag that I've got, well, what I've put them in, for up to 30 minutes. But they will despawn after 30 minutes, so you still have a timer, but the time is just much bigger. Which is one of the reasons why I do it, because until I started doing that method, I would sometimes go through killing everything and then go back to where I thought a body was, and it's like, where's the body gone? It's because it's despawned by the time I've finished clearing the instance. So now I've got a habit of, like, when I kill something, I try and bag it, even if I can't pick it up directly straight away, and that's just so that I can give myself that timer. That person's respawned. Don't really want to kill you just yet. These things to sort out. In that one. There is a build that you can do that allows you to carry 2 bodies, but you effectively have to be not carrying anything, because if you carry it, as soon as you start carrying any equipment, that equipment also takes up quite a lot of volume, especially the larger pieces of equipment that you carry towards the end game. Can't see any more on the floor. So you can only, that looks full already. I was going to say you can only put 3 in, or 4 in, but I think we can only put 3 in, and we carry the 4th one, don't we? And we may as well go back and kill that other person, and then we've got the 4. If I go further in there, there's just like, there'll be more than just 1. I only really need 1, because I can only carry 1 and the bike's full. Oh, there's 3 people there. Why is there 3 people there? Christ's sakes. Like a short range weapon, this one. body, get on the bike, and let's go.
Who goes there? Where's my reinforcements? Let's
On the
get
bike. Thank you.
Kill them all.
You don't have any shield when you're on the bike, or any vehicle either. You never did, I don't think, if I remember rightly, but what is more annoying is when you get off your bike now you won't have a shield on. And half the time I forget that mechanic's been changed. Because it used to stay on. If you got in a vehicle or on a vehicle and you had your shield on, your shield would turn back on. That no longer happens. It's a good thing when you're in deep desert, when you're sand mining and stuff, or doing your harvesting, because obviously then you don't aggro a worm, but it's not great any other reason. Plenty of bodies, not enough death stills. It'd be so much better if I had 4, like I had. Only 5 minutes. Like, what I could do, if I really wanted to speed it up. Actually, no, I couldn't. I was thinking I could take more of the stuff out to the deep desert because you require less of the stuff, and I've got water out there before death still's going. So the water would be less of an issue in the deep desert. Funny enough, normally it's the opposite way around. Normally it's more harder in the deep desert with less water, but at the moment I'm actually in a situation where the deep desert is actually in a better position than here at the moment. Because I've had to like reconfigure what I'm doing and what I've got, where I've got stuff. So just that and water. Got that diamond dust. Oh. Do we need more diamond dust for anything else? No, not for that. I've got plenty of that and that and that and that. Okay, cool. And that doesn't require diamond dust as well. No, that's military power unit regulator, which we have. Good, good. And that's just that as well. So yeah, we've got everything covered. God. Diamond dust is also a painful one to get because there's only one place you can get that from, and that's in Haga Basin. But it's in the very top left corner or east top. If you go to the northeast, effectively there's an area there, a very particular area there where you can get that from. But again, you need good tiered weapons in order to go up there because they hit hard and. You need to be able to hit hard, which obviously at the moment I definitely couldn't do. With what I currently have, what I've got now, can't even hit hard around here, never mind up there. And here is a Loteria area. Could barely do with making a jolt sword though, that would make things a lot easier. Delirium. 17 delirium. It's a lot of delirium to use on a sword. I'm gonna have to do it at some point, but I just don't want to do it right now. I want to get these stuff to get the assault a copter back up and running first before I think about swords and other weapons and other things I need to do just to get back at just to get back to where we were. I'm getting more and more tempted now just to
touch the melange that we have, that I don't have, but is in here. The stuff that can't be touched. We take a seat. I didn't realize you could sit on these until one day I came up to it without my like sword or anything in my hand, and realized you could select it and sit down on it. But yeah, as long as you don't have anything in your hand, and you store your weapon, if you do have a weapon in your hand, then you get the option to select and sit on the seat. So it's quite cool. So I got my little area here. Got a drink. Grab a book and just relax. Or you can go upstairs to my office. Got another little sit out area here as well. Makes it nice and friendly. This is the reception area. Dining room. All laid out stuff. Obviously Harkonnen. Then this is my office. The Harkonnen symbol. Ready for telling off officers and stuff. This is my bedroom. Attached to the office. A nice Harkonnen bed and stuff in it. Obviously my own private library. Stuff you do when you get bored. It's not decorated. To be fair, I've always kept this place quite nice, because I've always liked have a nice big open area when you first come in, and I wanted something that looks quite nice and impressive when people see it from the outside. But yeah, the rest of it is kind of like a slow progress burner. What am I waiting for? Water in it. Water and aluminium. We've got 42 done. 42. Doesn't even make one component. Needs 50. Actually, it does make one. That's the smaller ones. The larger one's 50, and the other ones are 40, I think. But I don't have water to put the delirium in anyway. Like, how much water is 50? My calculator. $500 times 50. 25,000. Make enough of the delirium, or enough of the aluminium into delirium. That's how much water it's going to take me. While I'm waiting for this, actually, let's just make sure I do actually have, because to do the delirium, it's not just water that makes it delirium. There's actually another key component that you normally have to go to the radiated zone to get, but it's just that I've been there so many times that when I ever get bored, I usually go out there and get some more. But to make this delirium, you need this jasminium crystal, which you can only get from the radiated zone. As you can see, I've got quite a lot of it, and that's because I do go out there quite a bit to make sure that I have plenty of it, so that when I do need to make delirium, I can make it without having to go out there as a last resort kind of thing. So again, it's like, because I've been burnt in the past for not being prepared or having backups, I've always made sure now to make sure that I have redundancy. I still have some limited redundancy, as you can tell, Like, if I'd been properly prepared and for redundancy, I would just constantly have stacks of water here and stacks of everything else here. But there's only so far you can go. Like, I'm not one of those people who lives for the disaster, so I prepare for one, but not to the extent of like a person who's like thinks the world's going to end type situation. I'm not like stocked up and I have a nuclear bunker type of approach. I'm a person who's practicalist in the sense that, okay, I'll plan for potentially what could be a worst scenario so that I'm not completely deprived, but at the same time I'm not living for it. Hence why I'm struggling a little bit right now, but this is only short term. We'll get through it. Can't get any worse than this, can it? Like, I actually thought we were actually on the roll now, and we'd be doing all the spice harvesting and making good progress on that, and I was hoping by the end of today we'd get at least onto a medium spice like refiner. At least from the spice perspective, we might not have been able to make the actual refiner itself, but we'd have had the spice we needed, and then we could have started off straight away on getting the metal that we needed for doing everything else that we need to do, because that tier 6 metal is pretty much needed for everything else that we need to do to progress forward. And I hadn't realised it started at the medium, but it does, so we'd have had to start it quite early anyway. So I was just hoping we'd get enough spice to at least get the spice part of it sorted, and then we could concentrate more tomorrow on the metal and the spice, but start off on the metal. But so far we are going to, I think, get to a point where today we're already at 11:30 UK time, so I'm going to get to a point today where I can at least get back on the spice tomorrow, but we'll have to start tomorrow doing the spice. Hope that tomorrow we don't get hit by another crashing ship. That I'd love to know the odds on that. It must be so high. Like I said, it's never happened to me before, and it's happened to so few people, although it's like folklore, you have heard of it happening. Well, today you've seen it live on the stream happening, so you know it's real. And you can now witness what happens when it does happen. Your ship does get damaged, you do get downed. Like I got hurt. I did get told that it can literally crash your ship, is what I heard, and I was like, yeah, it will just cause some damage, but it won't crash it. Like, you'd still be able to fly away. No. It does completely damages it. It'll completely kill one component, which makes it unflyable. If it had been a wing, like, I think you can completely damage a wing and still fly an helicopter. The component in it damaged, it literally damaged the one component that, or one of the components that literally mattered. Like, even if it done the turbo, it wouldn't have mattered, because it doesn't need the turbo. The tail would have mattered just as much as like the front compartment, but so just sums my luck at the moment, at least. You're gonna get some more bodies. Anything I can do these days, get some bodies. The thing is normally if I needed to do this, I'd be like, okay, I'll just stick on 4 of these, and then we'll go away, do something in the deep desert. We'll come back at some point and turn these all off. So half the time I forget to do that, and then leave this wasting fuel. Where if I just turned it off before I logged off, then I would be wasting fuel. But it'll be like a day or 2 later that I realise I left it on, and I'll turn it off at that point after wasting like 2 days worth of fuel. But I'll have loads of water. That base next door. It's almost being consumed by the desert. They used to have 2 vehicles there. They used to have a ramp that used to come down as well, which is being destroyed because the weather's killed it already. I'm hoping that that top floor will be taken out soon, and it'll start taking out the thief, their territorial land claim unit essentially. And that's so that essentially once the unit goes, well, firstly I'll be able to take out then their stuff. So once that goes there, I'll then be able to put my own claim unit in here, and then I'll be able to open and claim anything that's remaining here. The problem is the way that people have built a lot of their bases, they do it so the thief is so far into the base that by the time we get to a stage where you can potentially access these things, you won't be able to because they'll be destroyed. And unless you're around when this gets destroyed, within that 30-minute timer, those little capsules that they're kept in will disappear and despawn. So you have to be kind of around when it happens, else you just won't get the loot, which you're not very likely to happen because this will happen normally during when the sandstorm occurs, not the one that comes through every hour or 2. We're talking about the one on a Tuesday. Although that other one does cause damage when the shields are down. And the shield is down at the moment. And we know the shield's down because when we go up to the thief, if you notice on my thief, there's like fog, or whatever you want to call it, that comes out the very bottom. That's your indicator of whether there's power to the base. When it's like that, it means there's no power. Yeah, these lights obviously run on thin air because they all work when the power's off. When I first moved to this area, because I've got a balcony out here as well. I used to have a balcony above that, but then I changed the design. But there literally used to be bases all the way around here. I built this base up here when this area was literally full of bases everywhere, and this was literally the only place I could build a base because every other piece of land was claimed. And there was just like a smidgen of an area where I found where I could place down the territorial unit, but it was literally then surrounded by everything else, and I couldn't expand it out or anything because everything else was around it. There was another person over the other side there. They had quite a big base over that side, and then down in the middle here there was like tons of bases all the way down here. The very first base I seen decay was right down here, like near that rock. And that base must have took like 2 months to disappear. I don't know how, but it just took forever for it to be claimed by the desert. My next door neighbour has already kind of gone AFK once, and they came back just before their base started to decay properly. But they obviously were on the edge of quitting the game, or being AFK from at least from the game, like say 2 months ago. Then they came back for about a month, and then I noticed their power went down like a few weeks ago, and yeah, since then, it appears they must have only temporarily come back and then decided they had enough. Or at least they weren't interested in the base anymore. Because it's just slowly decayed since. And their base is that small, I think their base is only going because effectively the desert's claiming it back. But if their base was a bigger base, so actually we will be able to tell because their fief will be an advanced fief. I can't remember. So that's this is an advanced fief. It looks quite a lot different to the other fief. If I show you what the other fief looks like. Actually, I don't even have a build tool on me, do I? Oh yeah, because I got ate by the worm. Oh, and the one I had was a spare one. Might have to build on. Construction tool. 20 salvage. Or you can build them in here. That's the replicator. Oh, mate. Definitely not in there. I could do build one of it. Actually, it's not one of them, is it? I could do with that's the handheld one. I could do with the hip one, this one, which requires steel, which I don't have any of here. I'll tell you what, I'll just go and get the scrap and make it my hammer. Should have had to make it there. Or maybe it's actually the fabricator. Oh, it's too late. I'm gonna go and get them. Give me scrap. Construction tool, craft. That's the advanced one. If you look at the other one though, which is this one, see it's like a lot smaller, but it's also kind of like yeah, well, it's smaller, but it's also like, I don't know, fatter. Well, I suppose it's actually the same, but it's just like quite a lot smaller. Like when you see it in real life, you'll see that. When I say real life, when you see, if you see them both next to each other, you'd say, oh yeah, that looks way different. But the advanced one for me just does look way different, and the other one is also like, that's like more silvery, where the other one's white. And I didn't notice whether theirs was, but I've got a feeling they have got just the standard one, and it's not an advanced one. Oh, but it is an advanced one. Oh wow. So the reason why I was saying it might not be an advanced one is because normally the advanced one means that the base will be destroyed a lot faster, and the reason for that being is because if it's an advanced one, it means you have to pay taxes. So when you come into my base, you can see on the right now it's got a thing that says taxes, and it says unpaid at the moment, 8 days. Now I need to go to either the Atreides or the Harkonnen hometowns in order to pay taxes and go to basically their tax place and pay my taxes. There's no other way of doing it. So you go out there and pay your taxes. Now, when you pay your taxes, you then have 14 days from when you pay your taxes until the next time you pay it. If you paid it on the day that your taxes were due, And if you paid it on the day your taxes were due, you would then have 14 days from that point to pay, obviously until you next had to pay taxes, and then you have 14 days grace period from when that happens to when the Emperor would send his troops out to your base and destroy it, essentially. So if you're in a situation where you're, say, I don't know, your power runs out, and say your power ran out really early before all of that happened, then you effectively, if you went for the maximum grace period, you have 30 days from when you've paid your taxes to when the Emperor sends his troops out. So that's 30 days that your base could last out in the deep desert before the elements would take over and kill it. Now, if you've obviously got just a normal sub-thief, then the Emperor's never going to send his troops out, and it's just going to be the desert that slowly decays your base. However, if you don't pay your taxes, even if your shield was up, the Emperor's troops will come along and destroy your base and literally wipe it, and it will just literally disappear in an instant. Now, I've seen a base where that happened, and it literally was there 1 minute, and literally within half an hour of me going out to do a mission and then coming back, the base disappeared, and I was like, what the hell? It's like, and what happened is that same scenario happened because I spoke to the guy afterwards, and he said, oh yeah, I hadn't paid my taxes, and the Emperor had come out and destroyed his his base, and yeah, it was literally no more. And he was there with like nothing because this whole thing had just been destroyed. So if obviously you had the normal one and all that happens, and you've you don't have any taxes to pay on a normal sub-thief, where these ones you do, and that's the big difference. So the ones that don't have the sub-thief, you're better in some ways, but the problem you have with a normal sub, it's like this one is extendable and you can expand it. So this one's bigger to start with, but you can also expand it and make an infinitely bigger base. Like, they're not infinitely, because you still are limited by how many times you can scale it bigger. However, you can make it bigger. Where the other one is start smaller and you can't extend it, so it's only a limited size. But the advantage in that is the fact that you don't have to pay taxes. And that means that you don't ever have to worry about the Emperor's sending his troops out to destroy your base if you don't pay your taxes. So long story short, if you ever plan to go away from the game, then build a base that only uses a standard sub-thief. Because then it means that even if your base does run out of fuel, it will still last the test of time in comparison to the advanced sub-base ones like this one and the one next door, because at some point the Emperor will send out his troops when you haven't paid your taxes, and your base will be wiped off the face of the earth as soon as that happens, regardless to anything else. Let's get some more music on. Let's play some acoustic music, why not? Something different.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, at least it's warning me this time about the sandstorm. Minutes and that one's done, so that's cool. Let's get another buddy in. We're about to make our first component. Have enough water for that at least. This is going to make an epic YouTube video though. The storyline of everything that's gone on is like, and he thought he was at his worst when
The Coriolis storm came along and wiped his stuff out. Only just as he was starting to recover did something else, another plot turn happen. Oh. It's gonna be an epic story. Oh, I can't believe aluminium's still going. I thought it would be finished by now. I've literally got enough water. Oh, 20, yeah, because I said 25,000, didn't I? Oh, I thought they did 40,000 they dropped. Oh, it's only 25. That's why it feels so painful. Okay, well, oh, I've got enough to do one. I haven't got too much longer for the next one. I'm still going to be one component short though. So I'm only going to have enough delirium with the water that we've got to do another component. Minutes away. You know, my lesson for this is, if you do ever get taken down because you are that person that may, I don't know what the odds are, but say, for instance, say if it's like 1 in a million or something like that of a chance you getting taken down by a falling spaceship or whatever. If that happens to you, then just leave the ship straight away. Go away and don't even try and take it apart. Go get an ornithopter and come back with a like, the thing is with it is like, because you're going to be like, if you notice the first time I did it, I was out there with a Mark 1 welder, and when I went out the second time I took a Mark 5 welder. The reason why I took a Mark 5 welder is because it takes things apart 10 times faster. Like the thing is, the Mark 1, it's got a lower worm aggro, but the thing is you're doing it for way longer, so it's probably actually aggroing the worm more because of you having to be there for a hell of a lot longer. And obviously it takes you just generally longer, and generally the longer you're on the sand, the greater chance the worm's going to come any minute, regardless to the aggro level really. So you're better really just using a high aggro to try and get everything off faster. So yeah, make sure that you've got your other ornithopter so that you can literally whip it off as fast as you can. But obviously when the worm comes along, just literally get out of there and get away from the ornithopter, because the last thing you want is the worm to start actually coming towards you with its mouth open, because as soon as it does that, even if you come away from it, it's probably still going to eat your ornithopter. That's the last thing you want to do. So you just want to like get there to its aggro and then move well away from it. Don't hover over or anything like that. Move well away from it so that it's got less chance of eating your ornithopter. It seemed to work when I did it before. Obviously I even tried to like land on the sand way over the other side, just so like like if it was going to come toward me, I was going to go up, but I wanted it to come at me, not the ornithopter. Although it went still right for the ornithopter, but didn't eat it or anything, so that was the only good thing. I was like, it's still going towards the ornithopter. Oh, we're going to lose it. switch that around, get this going so that I can do that next component. Like, I don't need that other aluminium actually, so I might just chuck that off. That'll give me some water back. Make sure it doesn't. Sometimes when you do that as well, if you ever finish in a large job, by the way, if there isn't enough like storage in here, it will drop it on the floor where you are. When you step away, just make sure it doesn't do that, because obviously if you leave it there, it'll despawn. You could lose a load of resources. I've only got like 3,600. Aluminium does not take that much water to do, really. But delirium, 500 per unit. It gets worse though. Like, I think delirium's bad. Titanium's even worse. Or should I say plastatium, because plastatium is the actual process now. I do want to make one of these. when I'm in a position to, and I've got like resources to do it. Hamster wheel. Oh, 7. Was it 70? I thought it was 50. Oh. Even worse than I thought. These are 50. Oh god. So these are 50, another one's 70. Oh, I do that. I need that other aluminium then, don't I? Oh, I thought it was like. Yeah, that makes sense now. I best put the rest of the aluminium through, because I did need it all. That's too short though, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be too short. I need 2 more aluminium. Why not have any more aluminium anyway? So I took the water out. I'm gonna need the water in my. Actually no, because I already made it. I'm just going to be 2 more. We'll have some more water very soon anyway. We've got another 25,000 that should be coming out any minute now-ish. Next few minutes maybe. There we go. 2 minutes. And we'll have 25,000 more. Which won't do very much. It'll be enough to
It'll be enough to finish the aluminium we need, and then we'll be still short. I think once we put the next body in and these two finish in another hour's time, then we'll have enough to do the rest of the delirium. Just about, and hopefully still have enough to actually put everything together. Get a body ready. One minute. Get a body in. Get the rest of the delirium done. We need to get 2 more aluminium done first, so that we've got enough aluminium to make enough delirium. Get 2 on there. That'll mean we've got enough aluminium. That'll give us 120 by the time that finishes. I'll make 20 more. There we go. And then I've only got enough to make 29. That won't make another component because the other components need 50 each. So I think I'm going to make that first component. We'll go back out to the deep desert. I'm going to fill my water container up with water, so I'll have 10,000 on me. I'm not going to dump that back into this base, but we'll just have to wait for the water to finish, because we need far too much water. I don't know. You damage your water container unit every time you fill it and put water, like take water out. It causes like durability loss. So effectively, yeah. Well, it caused damage to it, which when I repair it caused durability loss. So I don't really want to do that needlessly. Not with at least this particular container I've got on me. I'm not really in a position to be wasting resources on making a load of them just to ferry water back from the deep desert back to here. It sounds backwards because I've never done that, and I've never thought I'd even contemplate doing that, although in the back of my mind I'm thinking about it. The other way around normally you should be taking resources out to the deep desert because that's where scarcity is, but at this very moment I'm like, I've got more resources in the deep desert that are vital than I have here, which is something quite funny. $44 minutes for the next one. Might switch that stuff to get the rest of the delirium going so we can go back to the deep desert. And I still need delirium as well to make the sand compactor that we also need to replace because we got eaten by the worm. Going. Probably one of the only, like the cockpit. I'd say it's like the cockpit, the tail, this like cabin area, this are the only parts that, oh, and the tail are the parts that don't drop. All the other parts of the assault ornithopter can drop in the deep desert testing stations, and you can get spares of. So effectively, like the engine and the other components. Actually, did I actually check that before? Whether or not I actually have. I don't think I did I? Didn't check. I should have done. Whether I have any of the components. I don't think I have actually. I think I used some for something else. That's a buggy. Scout ornithopter. Assault ornithopter engine. Oh, I've got an engine. And it's a Mark 5. That's good. So we've got one less thing we have to make. That's cool. Okay. Back in the days when you used to be able to repair things. I used to have a stack of stuff, but I got rid of it because I just thought probably never going to need it. But I did keep a couple of things back that I thought I would, and I repaired back to brand new. Thinking about it now, I should have kept it all and I should have repaired it all, but I didn't think at the time, and I didn't. This was before I realised you could repair things back to brand new. But that has made things a lot better because now I've got a brand new engine. So now we only need one water to finish. So once that 45 finishes, we'll have enough to finish the final component. So the only thing I'll need now is a generator once I make this cabin. Just make sure it's the right thing. Last thing I want to do is build the wrong thing. So we just got that. So I'll build this. And then we just got this to make. And we just need 50 delirium. Now theoretically, because we have only got one thing to do, I could go out to the deep desert, get 10,000 units in my container, and bring 10,000 units back. That might be enough water to have the enough delirium we need to be able to finish that final component. We'll still need delirium to make the sand compactor, but it's looking more promising. I'm finally getting somewhere again. So I've got 2 components. I'm just missing 1 component now. Okay, let's go out to the deep desert. See if we can get enough water to bring back. Speed this process up a little. Light at the end of the tunnel, finally. Well, you can't get much realistic than what we've actually had to do today. Because even if I have played a bit on the fact that I thought I'd lost the Spiceman round and then found out I hadn't, but then continued to go along the storyline that we're going to take that approach and see how long it still does take to try and recover and go through that pain. Well, you can't say we've not gone through pain. Wow. If I wasn't doing this for a stream, I would certainly probably would have not raged quit, but would have had a good cry about this. But every hit on this when doing it on a stream feels a little bit more less painful, because it's just like, oh well, at least it's content. that will wear thin eventually, but at the moment it's a novelty. There's our poor little baby, all injured, half destroyed. The engine, so it's just literally one component missing now. The generator. Without that, it doesn't work. Yeah, that's fine. That's red. Why is that red? Is that destroyed as well? Oh, it is, isn't it? That's going to need to be repaired. So that must have been completely destroyed when we got hit by that thing as well. So it wasn't just the cockpit that got destroyed. It was also the storage that got destroyed as well. I don't think I actually put anything in the storage, did I? I don't know. Doesn't really matter, does it? Like, once it's destroyed, that's it. You lose what's in it anyway. I didn't realise it destroyed it though. I just assumed it was alright. Oh, I don't have any... Oh, we'll do that later. They're all empty. So that means, how much water have we got in our system? So our system is literally full. Well, somehow it's like missing one unit. How's that even possible? Stick some more bodies in. Probably isn't going to let me, is it? Because, yeah, it's not letting me do it because there has to be enough water capacity to assume that the job could finish. So while at the moment there's, well, the capacity is at full capacity, it won't let it do it. Now it still won't because I've not taken enough water out of the system, but yeah, still won't let it. So I need to I basically need to use more water in the space to get them all going. Once I get them all going, I can get them all started at the same time. Then they'll, even though that they theoretically would still overfill, they won't overfill because they'll just, when the first one drops its load, all the others will stop because they'll say, well, the system's full, so we can't continue the job until the point of which the system obviously has enough capacity, at which point it'll unpause those other ones. So you don't ever lose anything, and then in some ways it's good to stack them so that you've got that continuous line of water. It'll just drop back into the system as soon as you've used enough. For now though, we'll just put the body back. And I've got my 10,000 units. So if we go back now to Hager Basin with the water,
might be able to speed up the final item. Just at least finish the build on the ornithopter. I don't think we're not going to have enough water to do even more delirium that we need for the compactor, but I think what I'll do then is I'm gonna build my weapon, because I need to go off and do the mission to go and get the soft step boots. I think we go do that because that'll waste some time, but I say waste time, it'll utilize the time better than wasting time waiting for water to be redone from the death stills. And we need to get those soft step boots so we can get back in the desert so we can do our harvesting, which is how this all started. Well, this latest drama started. I wouldn't mind, we were literally on our way back from our first like spice field. I even totally forgot we even lost the spice. Oh god. Not that we had much spice on us, but it ended up being a right disaster. At some point in the next hour or two, the UFC fighting starts. So I am a big UFC fan, which is one of the reasons why I find it very easy to play in the American time zone. It's because I also watch quite a lot of American sports, and one of my favourites is UFC, so I'm pretty sure it's on this weekend, so I need to double check, but it normally does start about now. I think they'll only be in the prelims at the moment. So just want to do 50. Oh, we've only got 47. Oh wow, it's like 3 short. I did think it was going to be tight, but I thought it would be enough, and maybe a little bit left just to do a little bit of extra stuff, or have a little bit of water to use. It's like 3 short. So I go get some more water. Actually, am I good? Oh, it's not dark. Is the sun going down or is it coming up? So if it's going dark, I could go and get some off the dew plants. Now I've got a container. I think it's turning to day, not night.
that getting lighter? Yeah, that's getting lighter, isn't it? Ew. What a pain. Why couldn't you go down, not go up? Damn sunset. Damn you. Okay. Well, we can go do another run. I could get another 10,000. Can't be bothered waiting 40 minutes. Well, actually, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to. I'm going to make the delirium for the sword, and then we'll wait for the other water to finish. Because we need to go and do that mission anyway, and that's going to probably take us about, well, I said it took a half an hour last time, but I don't think it took us that long. I think it took about 20 minutes. And it'll take me less time this time, because I actually know where I'm going around, where last time I couldn't remember what the layout was like. But this time I can remember it. And I even watched the replay after as well, so I'm even more brushed up on what it is like. So I'm just going to make the weapon that we need so that I can go around that area and just blitz it. The jolt sword. Is the jolt better or the aluminium? But yeah, the jolt's better, isn't it? Rare. Now I can get rid of that crap low tier thing. I love you, Raleigh, but you're just not good enough for what I need to do. Although that would have helped me towards my mission. So those things that we killed before with it would have helped me towards the journey line mission. I'm not taking any of this stuff out. It has zero use other than completing a mission. Okay, I say mission, it's a goal more than anything, I guess. Okay, we are literally sword masters now. We're just gonna kill everything by sword. Oh, actually, one thing I should get before I go. Squeeze through that. Get some med packs. Because they got the ones I had on me got ate by the worm. Keep forgetting. I keep meaning to pick some up. These are only like the bottom tier ones, but hey, like when you just need a little bit of a repair, they're perfectly good enough. If you're doing PvP or something like that, you want like the top tier ones because you want a lot of health back straight away. But when you're doing mission runs, you only need little bits of health, you know, slowly gain it back. Like you're not generally in a rush. Like bosses in this game, they're not really bosses. Like, yes, they're harder than the rest of the NPCs, but they're not that hard either. They don't hit any harder than anyone else, they just take longer to normally kill because they take more hits. So where we go now is we're going to go to testing station 195, I think it is. I'll check in the map when we get there. But
this place is the place where you get soft step boots. They're only low tier, but it doesn't matter what tier they are. They all have the same worm aggro mitigation, which is 40% mitigation against worm aggro. So it means any worm aggro you take or make, it reduces all of your aggro by 40%. And no matter what tier you have, whether it's the lowest one or the highest one, they all have that same stat on. So it doesn't matter whether you have this one, which this isn't lowest, but it's also not the highest either. This is just a real easy one to get once you go through the actual area. I've got all my things in the wrong slots, so I'm not used to them being where they are. I've got no water. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, well, you can get water as we go around. We'll just have to be fast. We effectively need to get to the end room. To get to the end room, we need to scoot through here as fast as we can. Take out sometimes. The ones with those, like, they're wearing quite heavy armor, so I think I have those things the other way around because I just did it then. I went to press 3 to repair, and I've got water in 3 when it should be in 4. Okay. We need to go through here. What I'm after is a wristband, because the wristband is what allows me to get through that big pentashield that you've seen before. And once we get through the big pentashield, then it's just a bit beyond there where we can get the blueprint, because it's just a little bit further in there where the blueprint is. Just only that. Rally. There's the pentashield. I've got such a high tier sword, and this area is so low that I only have to like touch people around here with my sword, and it kills them. But as you could hear then, it said access granted, and that's because we were in what I call an airlock situation, which means that you need to kill all the NPCs in that area to be able to get back out of that room. It makes it hard when obviously you're in an area where you're at the right level. In other words, like if I was doing this and I'm really low level with low level weapons, then that's a hard room to be in. Well, a harder room to be in. It's not really hard, that room. But there are some rooms where they do have airlocks where it is hard. I was like trying to gravel and hook up, and I gravelled him rather than actually do what I was trying to do. Beat it to the core, mate. Beat it. We're dead. Where's the box? That guy will hurt, even though he's a low level, just because they've Gatling guns take out shields. There's to like Spitfire you. He does that, which is a knockdown, which debuffs you as well. Basically, just need to get away.
Eyes on target.
Put that guy out, 'cause that's annoying. Like I said, even though I hardly swiped at him, I only need to like touch my sword towards them and that's enough. And even when they penetrate my shield, they're low level around here, so my armor, even though my armor's light as well, it won't cause that much damage to me.
Eyes on enemy.
I know it. Sword boy. Burning from my shield. How my stamina's run out. Like a never-ending cycle when you get a ton of them on you.
Eyes on hostile.
Dead. Pain. Imagine like if you, this is why you shouldn't rush when you're like, when you're actually fighting in an area that's at your level, because if you rush too much into an area, right, at the moment I can rely on the fact that I've got a shield that's just like far overpowered for this area, so I can kind of tank quite a lot, or a hell of a lot really. Even the Gatling gun, to a certain extent, I can tank it to a degree that you wouldn't be able to if you were at the white level area. Yeah, I'm not in your area, mate. You can do all the not back you want. Okay. Went around in circles. Okay, everything's down. Where was I going to? I need to work out which direction I need to go in now, because I've gone around in circles that much. I came from that direction, so that's through the Penitent Shield, so we need to go this way. Which is the way I was heading until I just got to a stage where there was just that many of them, I just needed to start taking them out. Normally if you run through fast enough, you can, they're elastic, they're like elastic bands. They are restricted to certain areas, so if you go so far, they will stop chasing you. And sometimes they can't go in certain areas. So you can, in most areas like this, you can just run through, but we were just getting that many people after us, and I wasn't 100% sure where I was going when I started having to run around in circles, because I was trying to work that out and kill a couple of while I was just working my directions out. So this is the final area, but this isn't the room yet. The room is just around the corner from here a bit. I think we might need to get Penitent Shield, another Penitent Shield key wristband from somewhere.
Get the bastard.
Where do we need to get that from? There's the wristband. That gives us access to the final room that we need to get to, where we got the loot. The loot that we're after, which is the reason why we're here. Not for all these guys. Just need to work out where the entrance to that room is. I think it's through here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So they won't be able to follow that. Well, I don't think they can come through this Penitent Shield, but we'll soon find out. They can't fire through here, but I don't think they can follow us either. We'll just check before we start picking things up. They're fighting each other. Even better result. Oh, there's soft step boots. That's the reason we've come here for. those first boots there, the soft step boots, they're the ones that we're after. And that's everything. Like, there is obviously other loot in here if you want it. I'll pick some stuff up. Why not? We're here. Reason why we're here, we're only here for those soft step boots, and yeah, those soft step boots are a blueprint which you, once you use them, they only use once, so you only get like one use out of the blueprint, which is why I'm here again, because we only did this on Thursday to get the ones that the worm at today.
Let's get the bastard!
This out.
There's someone here.
It'll have to be out now, isn't it? Just grounded. Take the money. I just did anything else. Oh, there's another box over there. Probably got a little bit more money in. I think this is the way out. That could be wrong. Nah, this is the way out. This is the exit. Welcome, you're at testing station 197. So remember, 197 if you want your soft step boots because you want to go out, do your sand harvesting, this is the place to go and get your soft step boots that allows you to do the harvesting with less aggro. And you want that, believe me. It's bad enough with low aggro, never mind normal aggro. So how long did that take us? About 15 minutes ish. Even though I went round in circles and all sorts. Like I said, you could pretty bomb that early. I've always been like, even when I go into lower areas, I do tend to kill more than I really should do. I should just like literally just bomb through. Like there's nothing really there that's gonna hurt us, even if, you know, we run through and we get overwhelmed. Like you can just keep running around. Like generally the shield will keep up as long as you don't get too many of those Gatling guns. Although if they do take your shield out, you're probably gonna, unless you're wearing hard armor, the heavy gear and the heavy armor, you probably are gonna die. How much time? 21 minutes? Yeah, that didn't burn much time at all, did it? But we should be able to make them now as well, the soft step boots. I'll just need to learn this one again. Search, actually F, learn this. That'll give us another, need to get to the weapons fabricator, oh the garment fabricator should I say. And this one I think, is it? Or is it just this? Actually it's just type in soft step boots. Soft step boots. We don't have enough. What do we have? Iron. We don't have any iron.
8. Oh, I can only make 5. You are taking a pee. I don't have any water on me either, do I? Nope. Oh, it's night though, isn't it? I know. Have I got my Drew thing on me? I put the Drew thing back. Where's the Drew thing? I can go and get some water from the plants. You can tell I'm desperate because I never do this. Literally, it's a novelty when by the time I got to do this, it was like a novelty. I'd never seen the use of using it. I always am a dead man, I know. Several times. See the haze I was on about before. See that like kind of misty stuff. That's your thing. So if I get my thing and load it into slot 5, and then you get that, and then it's as simple as that. You just collect your water. And you need a container because effectively you need something to collect it in. You won't just instantly be able to drink it, so it won't put your water level up. So the better container you've got to store your water, the better. And if you look at your map, or one of the screens will show you what the level it currently is in your area. I can't remember what it is. I'm sure it's on the map. I might have moved it. They did talk about moving it, and I'm not sure what they've done with it now. But it did used to show. For some reason, I can't see it where I'd normally used to see it. But somewhere there is an indicator that shows you like what your current level is of if you were to collect dew, whether you're in the peak or what the efficiency rate is. Normally, the first hour of the sunset that you'll get the best harvest of water.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, sweet. Always a sandstorm. As you can tell, the one I've got isn't like the best one. So if you can get industrial ones that are much bigger, they look a lot larger as well. It's not like as handheld like this. It's more like 2 handheld or 2 hands on it rather than like one. And it's more like a broomstick type thing. And that one will obviously harvest a lot more than what this one is. But this is better than nothing. And like I said, I don't take doing the Drew thing very seriously.
Sector weather alert.
If I'm ever using it, it's because I'm super desperate. A minute away. Which direction is it coming from? Can you see it? What's over there? You can take a shortcut. You get up close enough. Shortcut. Plenty of time. Said 1 minute away. See, 1 minute is like start panicking. You don't want to be outside when the storm's on. Not when you're like not in a vehicle or anything. It does cause you damage. But you could find somewhere to peek into that gives you some shelter, but I'm right on top of my base, so let me just get to my base. Okay, I can dump the rest of
some of the water, maybe not all of the water that I've just collected into the system. We'll leave a little bit for ourselves. Need 3 of these. 8. And then I should be able to make those soft step boots. We're almost back to where we were before today's incident happens. Soft step boots. Now I need my compactor. Actually, I just thought I built a sword, but all my weapons and stuff are actually. Oh, why did I not think? I've built a sword, but I actually have my sword still in the deep desert. I took it all off, didn't I? I didn't take any. I made sure that I took all my weapons off in case we got hit by the worm. Because I always do that. When I'm in the PvE areas. When I'm in the PvP areas, I'll have all that stuff on me. But we weren't, so I didn't have it on me. I've only just thought of that. Oh my god. Why did I not think of that? Oh well. At least I got a spare sword. The next time we get eaten by a worm, and I do have it on me. I need to make this one. And for that, I need another 7 delirium. Oh, and I need those silicon. Surprise, surprise. Oh, you need silicon. It's 40. That's a lot of silicon. That's because it's like tier 5, special tier 5 as well. Yeah, I'm not going to go to the deep desert to burn that. Like, I'm going to assume that most people would not have gone through all of the crap that we've gone through, and then had a ship crash on them and lost everything, and they've had to go back again. It's like, there's some things that you just go like, yeah, this is very unlikely to happen to someone else. So we will take that out of the equation and pretend it didn't happen. This one, no. This one. 5, 40. Thought it was 40. So I need 36. It's 36 getting done. How much longer for my water? It's 20 minutes, wasn't it? So we've not even been tapped 5 minutes, have we? Just that I needed. Oh, I needed delirium, didn't I? Which water do I have? We've got 28,000 in there actually. I might have enough water to do the delirium I need to be able to. So I've got 53 there. Oh, and I've got 30 there. Actually, I've got enough delirium I think to do. With the water we just got as well, I think I've got enough water to do the compactor and the final piece. Once the silicon makes, because I'm in the wrong thing. That's to make soft step boots. Yeah, so I've got enough to make the compactor Mark 5, this one. So the reason why this is one we're having, you notice there the worm intensity is medium. Normally a Mark 5 one, so if we look at a normal Mark 5 one, which I don't have in here. Oh, I don't have a Mark 5 one in here, but if you look at the Mark 4, that's got medium worm attraction. The Mark 5 one will have a high worm attraction, but will also have a gathering rate of high. That one has a medium one. So effectively what you're getting is when you've got the Mark 5 one, you've got a high gather rate. So that's the piles of spice sand that it creates when you like zap the sand effectively. But it does that with a lower than normal worm attraction. So in other words, you can do your spice sand gathering faster because you're making bigger piles, and obviously you're doing that with the same kind of intensity as you would do with the Mark IV. And then with the soft step boots, that reduces your worm intensity by 40%, so it's kind of almost like lowering it down to low in comparison, and then you're still getting that high volume in comparison to that if you were using, say, the Mark III one, where you've got the low gather rate and the medium attraction, and then if you go down even further, which I don't actually have, actually I do have the very low one. So you got the very low one, which this one here is, as you can see, low gather rate, but it's also even got high worm gather attraction. That's probably because the one I've got, this one here, that's the Mark IV one, again, it's a blueprint. So this, and then you can see there it's got 5 next to. And that's because effectively, like the other one, this one here, which is the Mark V one, it's actually built again to have a lower worm intensity attraction. But if you had a normal one, and the reason why I don't have a normal one is because basically I don't see the point in wasting skills on things I'm not going to build. So when you look at my skill tree, my research tree, you'll notice that there's gaps generally of things that I just haven't researched, and that's because I was like, well, I'm not going to ever use them, so why would I want to research them? One of those things being these Reaper things. Like, I did the high ones because I thought, well, if I ever get, I'm going to use it, I'm going to make a high tier one, but I'm not going to ever use the low one, so I'm not going to research it. And that's kind of like the same with everything, like weapons. Well, I'm not going to use any of the low tier ones. I want the high ones though, so I've unlocked all of those. So that's just like a running theme of I like a lot of the stuff that I've unlocked. And when it comes to these as well, yeah, I've unlocked the very bottom one when I first started doing it. But as you can see, the stats previously, and if I left click, you can see the stats there. Low gather rate, high worm intensity attraction. Now, the higher you go up through that, the worse that gets. So here you've got gather medium, and the worm intensity high. And then I think when you get to the next one again, oh, they all still say worm intensity high, but yeah, effectively you don't want high anyway, because you're just really aggroing the worm. Like if you look at some things, like if you look at some of the components you have on you, like your suspender belt like that, it says worm attraction extreme. In other words, if you're using that on the sand, you know, there's nothing that is going to attract the worm or make them come to you as fast as possible than that, using that. So the suspender belt is kind of like a big worm amplifier of, like, if you want to get it to come after you, then use any of these things, because these things are generally all marked extreme. Hence why now when you get out of a vehicle, your shield doesn't automatically turn on, because that's a mechanic they kind of tried to help with a lot of players who were moaning that when they were getting out, their shield kept turning on, and that's because they got into the vehicle with the shield turned on. A mechanic that I actually quite liked most of the time, but also did fall into the habit or pitfall as well myself, also when that was happening, because I found that I was also leaving my shield on when I got into the ornithopter, went out, did some spice mining, but then every time I ever got out of the ornithopter, my shield would go on
and then the first thing you normally hear is like the worm aggroing and coming after you pretty fast, because your shield's constantly on, so it's constantly just gives the worm aggro, unlike when you're using a compactor where it's just a short burst of that kind of aggro. Can I make it? Can I make it? I think I've got everything now. I think I'm missing something. What am I missing? It's the it's the silicon, isn't it? Mark 5. Silicon, yeah. 10 more. Okay. Whilst we'll wait for that. We'll go make the other one. The final component. The generator. I think we'll just be short. Or will we? No, we'll have 3 extra. Oh, we're 3 short of the... Oh, we are 3 short. We are actually more than 3 short. We're 4 short of delirium. And what am I missing? Aluminium. Oh, funny. Always aluminium. Oh, we've got enough to make 4. I know we have... And then we've got no more water. Oh. And I've not got enough water on me to fill that. To do that. How long have we got now? We're just short, I think. That's 2, actually 4 units. That would be enough. Actually, no, it wouldn't. You only deposit 250 mils per thing. We've got half the amount we need. We'll have to wait a minute for the next cycle of Death Still to finish. It's not too far away. I'll be back in a moment.
Oh, back. But while I was waiting for the water to finish, I'll quickly go do some stuff, because obviously I was making dinner before and quickly cut into that while I was doing the stream, but I didn't have time to clear up or do stuff, so I just quickly did that while I was waiting for this stuff to finish, which looks like it's just has. So we needed delirium, didn't we? I think, or was it like 4 units? Rightly, off the top of my head. I wouldn't mind, but we hardly even used the last one. Let's look at I have spares, that's all I can say. I burnt the deep desert and done tons of instances of the testing stations, so I managed to get quite a few of them. So I've got soft step boots, the compactor, and the generator. Anything else I'm missing? You know what? I think we've got everything that means that we can just literally continue where we left off. The only thing actually we don't have, which I should have before we go out there, is a still suit, even if it's a low tier one. Iron ingots. I don't want to make delirium. Oh, and that used tons of that. I think we'll just make this. Heat protection 0.5. Heat protection 1. There's advantages to making the better. To wait too long for that. I'm just going to make this because it's better than nothing, and it'll give us a bit of protection against the elements more than anything else. I'll make the improved one though. So I'll make the mental one. So I'll get 14 iron, which shouldn't take too long to make. Zone iron. Only iron. Should do not quite as fast as delirium, but at least it's not like steel where we have to process it even further, or delirium, which is a 2 processor as well. I wonder if there is if there's an aluminium one, like I'm pretty sure. Again, this is one of those low tier ones where I just haven't researched it because I'm like, well, I don't want an aluminium one. I just want the better one. And to get through the skill, so to get through to those high tier ones, you do have to spend so many skill points. So I do end up spending the skill points, but generally in things that I thought I kind of half used and half needed. So anything that I could get away with that I didn't need and wouldn't need those half step ones, I didn't do. So I just unlocked everything because I wasn't sure whether or not at that point whether I'd get like tied to not being able to unlock the things I really wanted. So that's why I was very careful on not unlocking everything, just because I had the skill points to do so. But I'm pretty sure I don't have an aluminium one that I can make because I think would have been one of the ones I avoided. Like that one I could just make, but
that is literally starter stuff. Armor value 28. Heat protection is the one I'm looking at. 0.3. It's not very good. 0.3 in comparison to 0.5. Okay, it's not that much better, but every little bit counts. And the armor is, but I'm not doing it for the armor. I'm just doing it for literally the heat protection, and also it does give you another fallback of water as well that you get on your still suit, so it's just something extra to fall back on if you need to. Got that. I'm just about to make it. In some ways it feels like I'm wasting resources doing this. Make some aluminium tons. They've got 0.9 heat protection. But they take loads of silicon up. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. Later on, I'll make a good suit. I don't know. I'm a bit reluctant to do it to make a good suit because I can make a good suit and then I get eaten by a worm, and then it's just a load of resources just gone. If it wasn't for the heat protection, I would just do it naked. At least that way you're not going to lose anything other than the skin on your back. I got my normal soft step boots and my still suit. I'm sorted. Not very good still suit, but it's a still suit. Hi Pro Gamer, how you doing? I would say I'm doing good, but today's been a bit of a disaster. But I'm good myself. The gaming side of things has been eventful, is all I'll say. Internal error. What the hell is this doing now? Yeah, and that just sums it up, really. I've never even seen that error message before. So effectively, earlier today, we were in the deep desert doing some sand harvesting, and I literally went out to the first small field just as a test thing to go out there, and just as we were coming back from the first field, a ship crashed right on us. Like, I'd heard about this, but it's like one of those like myth stories you get told by, and you're like, yeah, that doesn't probably ever happen, and that's not real. Like, if that really happened, would it really bring a ship down? And I kind of heard about the story and thought really nothing too much of it. Anyway, apparently it turns out it's completely true, and yeah, I've seen ships coming down, but obviously none of them have ever landed on me. This one literally landed right on top of us. It destroyed my assault ornithopter. And I'm like there in the middle of the desert with my jaw hung up to the floor, and I'm like, what the hell? And my helicopter's like dead. Like the front cabin's being completely destroyed. I didn't realise at the time, but also it destroyed the storage like carrier on the side of the assault ornithopter. And I'm just like, oh my god, what am I going to do? And the first thing I was thinking of is I'll start decompacting it now, so I can try and get it off the sand field, because obviously I'm not going to be able to fly it. And if I leave it there, sandworms just come along and eat it. Although I shouldn't have done that, thinking about it in the long run, but at the time, that's what I was thinking. So I started taking it apart, but obviously that aggroed the worm. So then I tried to get myself out there using the grappling hook and using the suspender belt. That obviously attracted the worm. Because obviously they changed the game mechanics, rather than where before you used to lose the worm and you'd be free again. As soon as I lost the aggro off the worm, but as soon as I touched the ground again, I re-aggroed the worm instantly, and the worm was right back on me, chasing me again. So I managed to avoid it twice, but the third time it came and gobbled me up, and then I lost all the stuff that I had on me, which was some of the components for the ornithopter. And then, yeah, then it's just been like trying to recover from that. So then I had to go back to Hager Basin, go get one of my scout ornithopters, go back out to where my ornithopter was, then take it apart on the sand quickly. As I'm doing that, halfway through, another sandworm turns up because of the aggro off the Mark V welder. So then I'm like trying to land on the sand further away from the ornithopter, so the sandworm doesn't go and eat what's remaining of my assault ornithopter on the sand. It ignores me but doesn't open up, so it doesn't eat my ornithopter, but it does go like right by it, or at least under it. And then I go back and then finish the rest of it and then fly back to here. Then I get back here and compile what's left of it to work out what I need to build. And then I've spent like the rest of the evening literally getting all the components required to make 3 parts for the assault ornithopter. Then I've had to then go and get the soft step boots again, because obviously the other one's got ate out by the sandworm. Then I need to get another Mark V special compactor, with the one that's like the less aggro one for the worms. So yeah, it's been eventful, like I said. Good content, mate, but beyond that, yeah. So I'm finally back at the ornithopter. I've got the final parts that I need to fit this, because I've already put 2 components on it. I've got this final part now, which is the generator, and then this should be flyable again. Oh yeah, I had a rough... Do you know what? I've had a rough week. So what I've just explained was today's events. I didn't explain the fact that on Tuesday, I totally forgot to take down my base in the deep desert, and my whole base and large spice refinery, everything got basically gobbled up by the Coriolis storm. So literally, I lost the biggest majority of my stuff that was out here. There was only one saving grace, which I only realised on Thursday's live stream, that my assault ornithopter, I had loaded it just as I logged off on the Sunday evening after doing a 10-hour straight spice harvesting run, and I had about 1,200 spice melange, which had already gone through the refiner. I'd already preloaded my assault ornithopter in order to start doing the exfil the next day, but totally forgot about doing the exfil until like the day after I should have done the exfil, and thought, crap, I didn't take down the deep desert base. So yeah, it's been... this week has just been a shit show, if I'm honest. That's the nicest way you can put it. Let's get some music on. Yeah, I had like 3 of my vehicles out here when the storm actually hit out here. I got them, luckily, obviously they got that new mechanic now that you can recover through your vehicle recovery tool. So I managed to recover all my vehicles. 2 of them had nothing in their container, in the actual storage of them. So I just assumed that the assault one didn't as well.
and it was, like I said, it wasn't until Thursday stream. In the stream, I went to go put something in the assault ornithopter, and I was like, "Ah, it's all there! All the stuff I harvest on Sunday." Hence why the title of the stream is called "How to Recover from the Storm," because I'm now treating it as if, because my whole thing before realizing that in that stream was that I was gonna see how long it takes me to recover everything. However, I still want to do that, so I've actually put all of that stuff that was in that ornithopter somewhere in the base that I can't touch, and essentially I'm treating it as if I still can't do it, and I want to genuinely see how long it takes to recover everything if you were completely wiped out and you left everything in the deep desert, and you then have to start again from scratch with like 0 spice melange and stuff. So that's kind of like where we're at today. It's just that today's just been also a bit of a shit show, because then today's events happened, and if my week couldn't get any worse, it did. This game has got some lows, is all I can say. If it wasn't for the fact that I was streaming, I'd have probably rage quit. But the way I look at it from a streamer's point of view, well, I'm like, well, it's additional content and it makes it look interesting. But it's yeah, I would say if you were just a normal average gamer playing this, you would have probably raged quit, because things have just gone downhill, and just when you thought you've reached your low point, it gets even worse. Oh, it's fun. I was gonna put some music on. Let's get some music. Let's put some rock on. Now I'm in a deep desert, I feel like a bit of rock to stir up the energy. The one thing I need, like, keep wondering what I'm doing, is because I actually know what I need, but I keep getting what I want to go for. Is I need some salvaged metal, because I need to make some welding wire, which I'm hoping I can make without a fabricator. But I might not be able to make without a fabricator. I can't remember. Oh, you can make it without a fabricator, good. I need to repair this this storage unit that got destroyed. Really need to do the make brand new thing, which you can still do on vehicle parts apparently. So one of my followers told me, so I need to find out how you do that, because it's different apparently than the old way where you could do it with any item. But it's similar in a way, but the way they described it, you put it in your backpack. I need to watch a video on how you do it. And I'm assuming by you telling me that number that you don't play on it anymore. Did you get bored of the end game? It's very easy to get bored of the end game that doesn't exist. That's kind of half why I'm actually, before the events that have happened, as much as I kind of go, God, this is awful, I also think,
But if it didn't happen, what else would I be doing? Because there isn't like really much to do with the end game. Yeah, you could go out and do spice mining, but there's only so much you can do with that. And then you have a ton of spice, and then what do you do with the spice? Other than sell it and get money, and then what do you do with the money? It's like some really stuff that needs to be done with this game with regards to the end game, because at the moment it sucks. Like, you need disasters just to give you it like some sort of fun in this game. Maybe I didn't pick up. I thought I'd actually put my weapons in here, but my weapons aren't in here. Maybe I did leave them off. They're not in there, and they're not in there. I'm not doing that. Oh, let's whack this on. Only leave the stuff on us that we're willing to lose is the approach we take. You're not even close to our end game yet. What? You've done 651 hours and you're not near the end game. What are you doing? Going around in circles? You should be at the end game by the time you get to 500 hours. I understand if you're taking it slow and you're not playing the game that much, but if you're doing over 500 hours, you're clearly playing the game. How far have you got? Like, you're obviously in Haga Basin. Are you towards the end part of that? Like at the high tier end of it, or? You've done all the trials and you're at the third area. And how have you lost your base? You're level 53? Or 54, should I say. That's not too bad. Like, I wouldn't be too worried about levels. Although I'd still expect you to be on a higher level than 54. If you played 650 hours, have you been AFK? Is that your Steam hours? And like, you've been in game 650 hours, but you haven't actually played 650 hours. I struggle to understand how you played the game 650 hours and you're only level 54. You should be at least a level 100 by that point. Like, even higher than that, really. But the average player would be about 100 at about 500 hours. The fast ones would be higher level than that. But... oh, you're on other servers as well. Okay, so those... alright, so those 650 hours, they're across multiple servers then, is that? That would make more sense. If you were doing 650 hours on one server, on one character, and you're only level 54, you've got something's going wrong. Something's going badly wrong. So how many servers do you play on then? And do you play, I'm assuming you play on multiple servers because you have friends on other servers? Is that the reason why? Or is it just because you were on a server that just completely died? To be fair, I'm tempted to do the experiment next to see how painful it is to move servers before because they are going to bring in the server thing or server transfer, but I do want to see how painful it is to have to restart from a low level, because you have to go back through all the levels again, don't you? You can't just like go on another server and you're on that, you know, your level on that server. Fair enough, that makes sense. To be fair, like if you, and I probably will try and see whether or not I can find, you know, enough of my friends all on one server, or get enough of our friends or to agree to join on a particular server, and then we'll all grind up together and build a base and stuff like that. I think that'd be quite fun. Are you a similar kind of level then, or are they higher level? I'm assuming you moved to their server rather than then move to your server, or did you all just go to a new server? Insufficient water storage. That's because we've not used anything that takes water. Forgot about that. Oh, I don't think there's anything I need to make, so we'll keep the water back. Oh, actually, if I extract some more water out of the system, then I can force it to open this up, and then we can start another water cycle, which is what I really want to do. So, fill container. I think that takes enough water out of the system now. And it should let us put some bodies in. Oh, 80. Oh, 25. Where can I dump water? What can I do? I make something that just uses water. It feels like we're going to be away and I'm going to not need water, but then as soon as I need water I'm not going to have enough. And we're not going to have backfill. Oh well, we'll just have to go with what we've got. So I don't need that. I'm not taking that. Don't need to take that. Or that. Or that really. Or a sword. Handheld scanner. I must have picked that off someone because I don't know why I would have that on me. The only thing I need is that. Literally, that's all we're taking out. Because if we get killed again by another sandworm, hopefully this time our helicopter survives and we don't have any problems with our helicopter. Because a ship falls out of the sky on us. Oh wow, So you have a 54, 39, 16. Is that 6, 5, 4, and a 4? How many servers are you on? Are you hoping all those servers that you're at least on the test server? And thanks for the follow as well. Are you on the test server? That's the question. You must be on the test server considering you're on loads of servers. You're not? You do know about the test server, don't you? I'm a bit confused though. I thought I left. I'm sure I left all my weapons and stuff last time. In the container. I'm sure I took it all out. Where is all that stuff gone? Unless I left it in the buggy. I might move it in the buggy. Can I move it in the buggy? No, buggy's empty. Oh, no idea. Okay. Oh god. I feel a bit reluctant to take the ornithopter out now. In the case we have a massive another scenario. I don't want to just customize it. I hate it looking like the standard thing. Far better. So the test server. Oh, damn! Got this no fuel. The test server is essentially it's the latest development they're working on. So if they're about to bring out a big patch, they effectively put it on to the test server and allow you to have a sneak peek at it. And that's but the thing is with it, it's just like joining any server that you're not on. Your main character won't be on it. You have to create a character and level it up and basically have a base there that's exactly the same as playing here. So it's like having to play 2 games. And if you want to test all the high-end stuff, like having an helicopter, having see all those mechanics, then you essentially have to have a character that has that same level and stuff up in that one. Now I went on there and I basically did the experienced gamer thing where, because you know how to do everything, at least most things, you know all the you're aware of things that you well if I did that again, I know if I did this I could do this and it'll make it faster. So basically all the shortcuts that allow you to just accelerate super fast through it. And I did that all the way up to the point where I got to the point where I could have gone into the deep desert but didn't. And I did that like 2 or 3 months ago. And I haven't been back on a test server since, but effectively it wouldn't take me too much work to get it up to the point where I could do more. But if I was to really want to do some of the stuff that you see some of the YouTubers do, the like full-time gamers that have, because they got sponsors and stuff like that, they can just go off and play on the test servers, and you know they've got the time to do that because they haven't got a day job, or their day job is doing that, where my day job is actually working. So if I was to take it further, I would literally have to stop playing the main game to go basically burn that properly so that I could have all the stuff, so that I could then, you know, build things like a giant ornithopter, and then see what the next big thing I think that's coming out after the patch that's coming up is things like the cargo container, which is the one thing that I'm waiting for. You don't do test servers. Yeah, well, the thing is the test server, like I said, it's not more like a beta type thing. It's more of a kind of like see what's coming ahead of what's coming. You are a bit of a tester, obviously, because when you go on it, there will be things that are a bit buggy, and then you just report, what happens. And in some ways, that helps them when it hits the real game, because hopefully you found the things, and other people would have found the things that were testing it on the test server that were a bit kind of buggy. You report that back to the developers, and then by the time it hits the main server, we hopefully get a bug-free game. Although that doesn't happen, so that's the dream. That went very dark, but weirdly. I thought it was a storm, but it's not. Sometimes the storm can be by but not hit us. It's like super dark all of a sudden, weirdly. Where am I up to? I think I am ready to go back out and do some spice sand harvesting. So I think that is what I am going to do. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We got everything. Oh, that was what I was going to do. That's why. This is why I'm getting sidetracked, and then I'm like, getting what I've actually done. I need to go and get some batteries. And then I need to process the batteries so that I can get a battery that allows me to charge the Onocopter. That's what I need to do. I can probably just hit this one node, and that'll give me more than what I need. $680 units, man. I felt like hitting a battery node and getting all you want from one node. Oh, I don't want to make 17. I just want to make one. I want to be enough. Okay, I'll get another one. When did I drop them? Oh, I put them in here. No, I'll put them in there. Oh, that's because I cancelled the things, wasn't it? I just put 17 and cancelled it. Oh, use the rest of the battery on one of these, or both of these. That's it. We're back in business. Oh, it's only taken us the best part of 6 hours. What a mission that was. Okay, let's
get my muff up, which I put away because of us having to get out of the deep desert. I need to now work out where we need to go. The quad's this. There'll be a small one. It's a small one in D. D9, so let's head to D9. To go like 4 blocks out. Probably need to head a bit more north. I'll probably end up hitting the wall because I usually do. My excuse is I can't see it until I get right on top of it. And you really can't. Like, I don't know if it's because of like my colour set up on my monitor or whatever like that, but personally I don't see the wall until I'm literally right on top of it. By which point that's too late. At least that looks like we're far enough away. So that's 1, 2, 3. This is heading to 4 now. We're in C9 at the moment. This should be a medium one. Although my intel last week was so wrong. Okay, it told me where like fields were, but I don't think there was like one that was correct in the size. It said it was a medium here, and it was a small in reality, or it would say it was a small and it was a medium. It's like my intel was just a bit off. It gave me an idea, but wasn't very accurate. Oh, I'm about to hit a wall. Turn. So we're in D9 now. So there should be somewhere in here. There should be a sand. Should be a medium or a small field. We might not see it though, because if it's already been harvested, then we won't see it. So it's not guaranteed. But if it's still alive and it hasn't been touched, there will be one here somewhere. That's a big hill spice. Doing that one. See that ship down there? It's a ship like that that hit us before. Came out of the sky, out of nowhere. So we're going a bit far there. So been harvested. If it was a medium, well, you probably would have seen it by now. If it's a small one, well, you can easily miss them, but hardly worth going for small ones anyway. Like if it's right in front of you, go for it. Obviously it's still spice sand, but you just don't get very much from it, so it's not worth going out your way to get it unless you're right on top of it anyway. Or you see it blow, because then you know it's there and you're heading that way anyway. So we'll assume that one's been done and we'll head further west. Because there should be something west. And if we can't find any in the PvE areas, then we'll change the scout one and we'll go out to the PvP area. We'll always find spice sand out there because most players are scared to go out there. So while it's more of a risk out there, I'm happy to go out there, take the risk, because it doesn't really bother me. The only thing is if we do get into any PvP engagement, I don't have any weapons other than a sword, and the sword's not going to help in most fights. Because they're very unlikely to want to duel. They'll probably be chucking rocket at us.
I'm making plays. Y'all know where to find me. You be looking center stage. 24/7, we ain't never taking breaks. Got a lot to learn. Think you better know the game.
The best defense though in the deep desert is to simply be faster and outmaneuver them. Because if you're being attacked, there's a small one there. What grid are we in? We're in D7. There's no reports of spice sand in D7. So this is an unreported one. It's not on my intel map. I might just put that at the top of the hill because it's like getting further and further away.
I'm making plays. Y'all know where to find me. You be looking center stage. 24/7, we ain't never taking breaks. Got a lot to learn. You better know the game. 'Cause I've been making plays.
Oh, is this? Oh, it might be a UI error because it's not making part of the sand. There used to be an old bug that used to do that, but I got told they fixed it. And I've not seen it for a long time, so I assume they had, but that looks like it's already been mined. It's just a UI issue. So it's not the server, to me, showing that it's still there, but when querying it, that's the reason why the sand parts don't appear, because the server's like, it's nothing here. So it's a bit of a UI glitch. Carry on west. D6. The D6 is where we should possibly see another spice field. That's neat. That is not a medium. That's a small. That's well glitchy.
That's one thing I have noticed recently. That they putting the wrong symbols up, even in game, for what the spice fields are. So that's the symbol for the medium one, but that was definitely not a medium spice field. Obviously, it was no spice field, but the UI was a small spice field. There's one ahead. If that carries on blowing, if that disappears, that's a small, but if that carries on, that could be a large. Well, not a large, a medium. As we're heading in that direction, I'm going to carry on going that way anyway, towards it. It looks like it's staying around, so I reckon that's a medium. And I can't see the one that's been reported in that area anyway, so I think we'll head towards where that is. Hopefully there's no player there already. Doesn't matter anyway, we're in the PvE area, and that still looks like it's in the PvE area, although maybe on the border of PvP area, but I think it looks like it's still PvE area. As long as it's PvE area, then it doesn't matter if any players are anyway. I just try to not go on a field that another player's on, because I know how, well, there's a lot of players out here who are very needy, is all I can say. And even though they don't own the field, because no one owns the field, they don't like other players coming along and taking what they see as their sand and their spice. So rather than cause any arguments and bad enemies, I try to not do that for that reason. I'm a solo as it is, so I don't really want to cause too many issues for myself. Well, that's definitely a medium though. Or is it a large actually? If it's a large, we'll definitely be going out the PvP area. We're going straight towards it, and that's definitely not going into E, so that's definitely in the PvE area, so that's going to be a medium. It's just whether or not someone's there or not already. Hopefully it's nice and flat as well, because I hate these ones that are on massive mounds. Going to like spice harvest on like the side of a cliff. It looks quite flat. Oh, this looks like a nice field. And it's just blown because it's either that or the UI's broke. Oh yeah, this looks like a nice field. And there's no one here. I'm liking it. Claimed. Well, claimed in the way you do for as you do. But like I said, no one owns it, but I'm claiming it. First hill. So we should, if we mine the whole of this, which will take us 2 trips even in assault on a copter, this will give us essentially about 17,500 spice sand, which sounds like a lot, and that would be nice if we had a large spice refinery, but because we're now going through this pain of having to start from the small to the medium then to the large, it means that we'll be doing this very inefficiently, in so much of a case that we will only be getting half the amount of spice melange that we would do if we were to be doing this with a large spice refiner. So it really is very painful. So it means we're now going to have to harvest twice as much to get what we would get from the large one, just to get the amount of spice melange we need to be able to get the light spice refinery so that we can start to do it efficiently. But it's not just the spice melange either that's the inefficient part. We're also going to have the same thing with metal, because we also need spice melange to get the large refiner for that. Then we also have to go off and get all the to get all the metal, which is a hell of a lot easier now, because obviously now it's all on the wall, so there is no kind of having to go to Titanium Island that used to be the painful thing back in the day. I'm surprised the worm hasn't turned up yet. The worm seems to be aggroed really bad around here. Like, in comparison to like the early days, worms in the deep desert, you know, took a lot longer than they do now to turn up. They didn't get aggroed very easily, where now they do seem to aggro very easy. Still not as easy as they do in Haga Basin. There we go, here's our first one. Here's the big boy. We have our soft step boots and stuff like that on, which, like I said, it mitigates all of what we're doing, but in some ways it feels like it doesn't. But believe me, it'd be even worse if we didn't have the soft step boots and that on. So why does it say my backpack's full yet? When I go to this, it won't drop any items. Why are they on my bag? Christ's sakes. There is a kind of efficiency thing with this as well. Like, you want these so far apart. Like, I'm still regaining my spacing for these, but I'm getting better. Starting to get better again. You want them just far enough apart that you're not like grouping them too close together, but you don't want them too far apart where you kind of leave spice in between them. So far, we're doing it alright. I'm not doing too bad. Helps with both the efficiency of like how many times you have to obviously zap the sand, but also it helps with just general speed of finishing the whole field, and aggro on the worm as well, because the less we have to hit, the less aggro we cause the worm, which obviously means less time we need to be in the sand, the sky. And obviously worms as well. Like they've changed the mechanics with the worms, so the worms will obviously sometimes come fast, sometimes they come slow, sometimes they'll be out the breach really like close to you. Like I did have one last week that breached right on top of me, and then when it went into the actual sand, it literally was like straight into the sand, like the spice sand itself, so it was like couldn't get any closer than where it was. Go round in circles. Crazy guys these are. Crazy. And if you leave it too long, these disappear. If you notice, like one of them just disappeared. Can make it reappear though, I've noticed, but sometimes they can disappear and then just reappear randomly. Don't know how. Maybe it's a UI thing. Wouldn't surprise me, because there are still some UI glitchy, buggy type things in this game. This feels more like rap to me than rock. I don't know why this is in the rock playlist. Always a bit disturbing when you see a worm still travelling around, moaning. I hate it when they travel back through the field. It's even more disturbing when they go underneath you. Yet they haven't aggroed. They seem to be circling us. Ready? Okay, a minute ago. it's nice to have the Onocopter closer to you because the worm is obviously going to aggro, as it already has a few times already, quite often. So it's just nice to have it close so you have less distance between you and the Onocopter, so it's not as nerve-wracking to get to it. Especially when it's like, I don't mind when it's far apart, it's when it's like right on top of you and it reaches. And you get less time that you need to get back to the Onocopter before, if you don't, you're going to be gobbled up. Have a worm. Was another player here as well. I just seen them. They've gone somewhere. I don't know where they're going. Me got 4. Keep pressing 4 and then realising the water's not in it, but it should be in 4. I'll repair things in 3 whenever I get it. Not obviously got any repairing on me because, well, we die out here, we die out here. Not really much that you're going to repair off it out here, you're just going to live or not live. Back work, man. Busy desert. That has felt a bit busy though in the last couple of weeks. In comparison to previously, before that, the deep desert is like being so quiet. But the last couple of weeks, it's felt like people are here. Like, almost the opposite to how it has felt for months, where it felt like you could feel the player base just dropping off because like Deep Desert just got quieter and quieter. You never seen anyone. Like up until last week, I can't remember the last time I seen someone. But last week I started seeing people again. I was like, wow, there's people again. I can actually still see people. And not just like coming in and out of the desert, because you obviously now and again you see the odd person, but actually when you're out in the deep desert bumping into people. It started to become such a rarity that it's like that felt like no one was actually out here. Anything there, because you didn't look like there was anything there. It's like if the light's that weird light now where it's quite hard to see the really light purple sound, spice sound. That'll be one unit. Two, I suppose. They follow all these worms have breached quite far away. It's refreshing. Asti guide the opposite. It was like almost all of them were like breaching right on top of me almost. I hear you. Back through. Last week he did that, but it literally came back right back to the field while I was there. Almost buried me and my ornithopter with it. Because it kind of disturbs the sand, but it kind of rises as it goes underneath. Like, what the hell is going on?
see. That one's quite a lot closer than the last ones that are like right over on that ridge. But that's still miles away from last week. They were literally, see the top of this mound, like ahead here, it'd be breaching constantly that close to us. So this week it feels like so much more relaxing so far. So breaching so much further away. I'm kind of glad with it, to be fair. It's a bit more calming when it's reaching further away. Still have to react, but just knowing that it's reaching further away more often just puts you a bit more at ease. Half expecting it to start aggroing as we got back. Thought it would. Quick one, in and out, quickly at us. Look how fast that one moves compared to some of the last ones that have come at us. We didn't even see that get out. It had already been back in the sand and moving towards us faster as well. That's part of the random mechanics that's now part of the sandworm stuff. We are ripping through this field though, like so fast. And the fastest medium fields I've done with a stick. I want to cot them must be nearly full now though. You know, it gets about halfway and it's full. Oh, it's not even half full yet. Plenty of room. Well, it is half full, but not quite as full as I was expecting it to be. disappeared. I hate the ones that disappear. Sometimes they do that, and it just like stop below you, and it's like, as it moves on, you can be just like there going, okay, sandworm might be there, or it might not be there. Keep going. Circles. As long as it goes around in circles, not on us, I'm fine with that. Nearful. I didn't actually mean to get in there, I've just got in anyway, and I just thought I'd offload as I'm in there in case the Samurai did come. I'd already started it, so the worm was going to be aggroed anyway. Our beep. I heard that before it even started showing on the Richter scale.
wondering why everything's looking phasey, and that's because if you hadn't noticed, my health was going down because I'd not realised my water is rather low, dehydrating myself. Got a bad habit of not doing that. Rock music like goes off and then that's it. Goes from one extreme to like complete silence. When the next round comes, I'll put another playlist on. Gaming one this time though. The only thing is with the non-gaming, like royalty-free music, is it can be quite intense, a lot of it, unless you do go for like just the chill out music. So sometimes sometimes you can have this like nice mellow song that's nice, and then it just goes like really heavy, and then it goes nice and heavy, and it just seems all over the place. In comparison to like the game track ones, they're so themed that they're just at like a very similar tone track with all of the songs, rather than having one that's just OTT. Noise, don't they? Especially when the music is not going. Feels like more serious this musically. So like the tone to it's just like, so it's like going for the other music was just happy and free and lovely, and then this is like the serious music for the serious gamer. If you can guess what track this music's for, then please put a guess in chat. If you guess right, I will pay for a subscription 1 month on Twitch. And basically what benefits that gives you is just like it allows you to watch the channel ad free. The Twitch do put ads in between videos and stuff, just allows you to watch it pretty much for free. There's some other perks as well, but the channel's not really big enough to really get benefit from those perks. But you will get the ad free stuff. That was a big aggro. Just trying to chop off some merm. Oh, it's full. So we don't want to pick up too much. We don't want to mine too much now because the ornithopter's full. So we just want to pick up enough to essentially carry on us.
used to. I'm not going to go right up to number, just because if I go right up to number, I always end up leaving a pile. It's half picked. Or something like that, and then we'll stop. We're on the edges, so we're only getting little bits at the moment. That's the fact that midnight sky, weird colour, means that we're not exactly seeing stuff very well. That's close. Up. Closer breach of that one. Oh, we've almost done the whole field. Almost, not quite, but almost. One more. Yeah, that'll do. Like I said, I don't want to push it too much because I'll just end up leaving a pile, which is what I tend to normally do. Because I've thought, oh, just one more pile, and then you get that one big pile that's just like way more than you were expecting, and then you're having to leave it, and they despawn so fast. Nope, we'll just fly nice and home, and we'll, like, realistically we could go out. We really wanted to, but like, there'll be an exit out there, up there, could be faster. I might do that actually. Because we are literally harvesting right towards the exit area. We're like not far in a deep desert. If we're in a deep desert, like 12k is almost like being right out at the far end of the deep desert. But we're not. We're actually right near the entrances to the deep desert, so we can effectively go out the deep desert through one and go back, come through the other, and it means that effectively it's faster, but also it's not just faster, it's also like, especially in an assault monocopter, it means that we use less fuel because we're not having to use our boost and stuff to regain the altitude. So this is kind of like a little bit of a hack in some ways, but not really a hack, it's just a way of shortcutting it a bit, saving us some time and fuel and everything else. If you wonder why we've just gone into PvP, it's because there's something below us. There'll be there's that say something for the Landsrad. Essentially the Landsrad is a PvP orientated thing, so because I've gone over it, I've essentially activated it, or activated the PvP element of it. And even when you go out of it, out of the area,
a mechanic they introduced into the game within like almost a month, less than a month. It's like, I think it was only a few weeks into when the game first came out. They changed it so that rather than just instantly losing PvP status, you kept it for 30 seconds as a cooldown, even when you enter a PvP area, which is a good thing because that stopped people from what I call baiting and chickening out and stuff like that. Like they'll bait a fight and then go back into the PvE area, and obviously for a person that's then trying to PvP and like have a fight, that's annoying because people are just end up wasting your time. So by doing that, it just stops people trying to bait people and stuff. Gap there, we can head out. That'll take us out, and then we're literally on the big map, on the world map. We'll just go up. This will be, I think this is the middle notch where we're in now. So we'll come off and we'll literally just go straight across, which is literally on that. It's like seconds, not even seconds. It's like within a second we'll be there. It saves all that time. Trek across. Go, well, actually we're well further ahead than I was expecting. We were in the third one, so we must have been well further west than I thought we were, which makes more sense actually, because 12,000, like I said, it's like that would be more the distance if we were at very far furthest instance of the deep desert. So 12,000 is significantly why I was like, maybe it is best just to go out and then come back in. I realised we were so far over as we were. I thought we were in the middle area. Shows how much notice I was taking when we went out there. Obviously just like, yeah, we're far out there, I can see where it is in the sand. It's far. Which one's the most empty? I'd imagine, actually, because both of them have got bodies. Oh, that would definitely need more. This one's more empty. Sort of more empty. It's got less slots though, but it should have enough slots to do what we need. And that's just put the sand in it. There should be another block that opens up below. Oh, already? Oh. Alright. Let's put the other stuff in the other one. So if we had a large spice refiner now, that would be enough to run that for the large one. We don't. We only have a small one. So this one doesn't require. The large one you can only put a large batch in. With the small one you can put in smaller batches, but because you're putting smaller batches in, it's so much less efficient, and it uses twice the amount of water as it would do if you had the large one. If you equated it out and you put it all together in the mass that you put in to the mass you put out, and what you get out, etc. All of that works out at everything double, effectively. I'll put this in here. That's half full already with that now. I want a bit more in. I think I got tons of it. It's full already. Okay, let's get this going, shall we? We'll need to turn off 2 of these. 2 of these equates to, I think, the power that uses or needs. Yeah, so actually I can turn one of them back on. That's still enough. Fine. Put this in. And we do all of it. Which uses up all our water, which is perfect. Now we can go and get some more bodies and get the bodies in. Oh, actually, I can. Do you know what that is? It's because I've got hardly any equipment on me. It's like, how can I carry 2 bodies? You can't know, but it's because I've got hardly anything on me. So, and that's normally the reason why you can't carry all the bodies. It's because literally, your equipment's using so much of the capacity up. The only way you can carry 2 bodies is literally being pretty much naked with hardly anything on you. We pretty much are. We've only got a very low level still suit and our boots and a couple of things to do spice mine. So we literally are not hardly anything on us. Drop. I'll take an hour. Drop. I'll take another hour. Get another body. I can't get 2 because I haven't got that last one on. But you can put 3 on. Anywhere that I could put it on? I could put it on if I put another generator down. That doesn't output enough energy, so it won't make it any difference turning it off. It's like 15. It's really not much. Right, we'll leave it as it is. That'll generate 4. So all of that, what we had, 106. I think that's 106 things. So every time we put one through, we'll get 1 spice sand out of it. So each time we do this, 100 sand plus 750 water, which is ridiculous, gets us 1 spice melange. And according to that, there's 105 of them. So had we put that same amount through a large one, we would have got 200 out. That shows you the inefficiency of it. I could put less through actually. Like I could cancel that. Let's have a look. What do we need for the medium spice refiner? I need to go get my build tool. I think we only need 30. So we should try and do this as efficiently as possible. So realistically, I should cancel that. Work out how many spice melange I need to make the medium, and then just build enough or do enough for the medium for now. And then change it straight over to the medium. And that will make it more efficient. but it's still not like, it doesn't half it. So it's not as if we're going to build the medium one and we'll instantly go to half efficiency towards that large one. We'll only get an extra 25% more efficiency. You get 75% more efficiency from the difference between the medium to the large. So we'll get 25% better, which is still better than kicking the teeth. So we'll definitely be doing it. But at the same time, it's not what you might think. It's not that instant half jump. It's almost like you almost want to forget the medium, but you don't. And you just want to get straight to high. When I did this the first time, I didn't even bother doing this. I actually just ground the normal missions, sold all the money on the player market, because at that point the player market was half decent still and there were loads of players still around, and I made the money just doing normal missions, and then bought the spice melange, and then from that point I just had my large spice refiner, and then from that point, at only that point did I actually do my own refinement. I did do some spice mining in the very early stages with the medium once I'd bought enough, but I refused to do any spice kind of refining with the small one previously. So this is my first sort of real go with the small one, just because I built it and then realised just how inefficient it was, and I was just like, I'm not doing that, I'm going to buy some and then I'll start using the medium. And then at that point I used the medium one a little bit just to make some things I needed, and then at that point I stopped doing that, and then I was just going to I'm not grinding this and getting this bad efficiency and using the medium to get up to the large. I'm just going to buy the spice melange and then jump straight onto it, and that's how I did it the first time. So this is quite a learning thing for me in some ways, because I'm going to be doing it the way you should do it rather than buying your way into it, which is what I did the first time. So our medium refiner, which is twice the size of this one. It's basically two of those put together. It's the medium one, which is probably why it's only 75% more efficient. I won't place it, I'll just leave it. So we need 78 spice melange. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is, we've got 2 there, so that'll be, take 3 off, so that'll be 65. So craft 65. That's because we dropped stuff. So now I need to pick this stuff up. Let it go and put it back in here again. I could just move it. Would say we would have to run it backwards and forwards, but I can't be able to try to reposition it back exactly where it was now. As I probably would. I'd spend more time repositioning it. So we've got our spice melange in there. Other than, well, not spice melange, we've got our spice sand in there. We've got the spice spice melange in here. Now this should make enough spice melange now so that we can build the large, well, not the large, the medium spice refiner. We've got some storage in there. This is a byproduct that we get as well, spice residue. You get 1,000 of that when you output from the large spice refiner when you put a unit through. I don't know what the output is of that stuff from a small one, but I would imagine you don't get as much. Not that I need it, because I have tons of that stuff, and again, it's like one of those products that if you're making it yourself, you're very likely selling on the player market, because effectively you get far more than you can generally use yourself. The things you can use it for is like making like fuel cells. The higher end fuel cells use it in order to make the fuel, as it's part of the components for that, but you don't actually require that much of it, not in comparison to how much spice sand you generally, I'd say the average player generally produces. So I'd say the main people that probably don't have it are the people that never get maybe onto the large spice refiner, where you only get like, I would imagine, like from what I can see here, you only get drips and drops out of it. So the levels you're getting out of here, yeah, you probably, you get less than what you probably need, but from the large one you get the opposite. It's like you get far more than what you need. So we'll have this, but what we won't have is we won't have the plastinum ingots. 143 of the damn things. So we need to go off now and do a ton of iron, well, not iron, titanium and the stratium mining, which means going around in the buggy with all the nodes, well, to all the nodes, and effectively getting all that stuff. What we'll probably also need to do out here as well is we'll need to make the medium ore refiner, because we want to obviously start doing that stuff out here. But one of the other things we want to do is we want to build this thing as fast as we can as well. Now this requires 200 spice melange. Does it require 200 spice melange? Is that right? Yeah, must be right. It seems like a lot, but okay, we need 200 spice melange. So we need 200 spice melange for that. So we will build the. I was thinking maybe build this first, because this is so efficient, more efficient at doing all of the ore refining, and we do really want this as soon as we can. We'll be able to get this way before we get the large spice refiner. So I think we built the medium one first to increase our efficiency with the spice melange. Then we start doing the rest of the spice melange towards getting this, until we get to the stage where when we break this down and we add it to the stuff that we've got in to make the medium spice melange, and then the rest of the stuff spice melange we've got, as soon as we get to 500 spice melange units, we need to then destroy or take this one down after first making all the metal we need to make the large one, so that effectively we've got all the metal we need, but then we've got all the spice melange that we need to then make the big spice refiner. Because then what we'll do is then use that one to effectively do one run, and it will give us the exact amount we need to rebuild this again. It sounds a bit complicated, but as we do it, you probably understand better what I'm going on about. But effectively, it'll be the most efficient way of doing this, and we'll make sure that we'll be on the best efficiency we can at the point of where we are each time. So first things first, I need to get some steel. Okay, so I've got enough steel ingots. I need some more cobalt paste, 9, and complex machinery parts. And get the complex machinery parts from our base, and the cobalt paste we'll also have to get from the base, or at least the components for it, because actually I think we might have used the rest of it last time to do the other stuff. We might already have some cobalt paste done. I think
we did have actually 25, didn't we? Because we had 25 that 20 that I was going to use for the other component before I realised that I actually had one in a box already, so I didn't have to make it. So I think we might actually have enough. How many do I need for that medium? As long as it's 20, it's 30. Oh, I only need 10. So yeah, I've got enough there. Got enough back in the base, that's fine. Okay. Let's go get the culvert paste, because then... Actually, no, let's not get the culvert paste. I was going to get the culvert paste now, but then... Well, actually... I'm thinking of not getting the culvert paste first, because I'll end up forgetting something that I needed. And then later on, I'll be realising, as I'm building stuff, that I need something else that I need to go back there for. So I'm thinking, hold off going there until I know anything else that I might need. But I think we just go back now, because I want the medium refiner down ASAP so I can start production on that, because in the medium ore refiner it's very much like doing the aluminium before. It's a slow burner, so you essentially want it kind of processing as you're out. So we'll do some local mining first, just to get us some to get it processing while we're out further, and we'll go further and further away to get more stuff. We have got a few. There's like a figure of 8 that I do in this area, so effectively we do have the opportunity to come back a couple of times with a couple of different loads, so that should allow us to keep feeding the machine and keep the machine going and doing its stuff that it needs to do to give us the metal that we need. We also need to we also need to get the medium chemical refiner as well. That's also going to need spice melange, but we'll make that spice melange first in the medium one. So our first priority is we do need to get that medium spice thing down before we do the... Or maybe we actually... So it gets always tricky, because it could do... Oh, but you could take it down. Like, we don't need as much spice melange to put the medium chemical factory down. And to be fair, the medium chemical factory will make it more efficient to make the culvert paste and the silicon, of which we're going to need more of to do any of those things. So we might be best. And I should have come here with the assault Ornicot because it's got big capacity. But I think this should be big enough. But, and there's always a but to the but. I am thinking, yeah, maybe we do the chemical one temporarily, get all the stuff we need out of it so that we can make that efficient. Destroy it, put the medium spice refiner up, then get the medium spice refiner doing the rest of the spice, at which point, by the time it does the rest of the spice, we'll have the rest of the spice melange to rebuild the chemical thing, and then anything else we need to do beyond that, we should be able to keep the medium one, and we'll do it like that. This gets, like I said, this gets a little bit complicated, but we're just doing this so we try and keep maximum efficiency, which efficiency just means less time and less having to go out and get the raw resources and stuff. Luckily I don't have to do things like flower sand stuff because I have boxes of it here. So that's one plus. The only minus to this is I don't have stockpiles of the stuff we need to make culvert paste, but we do have enough already pre-made culvert paste, and we'll go and do a quick run to go and get some of the raw material for it, just so that we don't have to come back to Hager Basin to get more, because we'll have. I don't have any. I've used the rest, but actually the last of it to make this.
We've got less of it. I thought we had 20 of it. Where's the other 13 units? Did I use it for someone else? I must have done. Must have used it for making one of the components. Maybe I used it for making the sound compactor. I thought I had more. Oh well. Oh, we're definitely gonna have to go and get some now. There's nothing there now either. Oh well. We'll get the raw component for it. It's not far from where we are. It's just obviously time to go and get it. I'm going to take that out of me because I always end up needing some and then not having some and then needing some. Let's take some with me now. Complex machinery parts is what we needed, wasn't it? Just double check. So we're going to build that. So that needs 50, and I didn't pick up 50. I'll pick up some more. Then I'll need 200. I may just take out. Well, we're not going to get to 200 tonight, so I'll just take out the 30 for now. Is it 30 or 50? I think it's 50, wasn't it? Out and then point that to that and then put that to there. Then it's sorted. Like tons of these things. Complex machinery parts. I'll tell you what, there's a part at the very start of the game you think, look, now these are so hard to get. Where'd you get these things from? And they're really hard to get, but then you get to the end game and you're there at that point going, wow, I've got tons of these things. And when you looked, like when you were like further at the start of the game, you were like, and you were looking at making a higher tier stuff, and you see these complex things that you hardly ever got. It was like, God, it's gonna take ever to get all the stuff for that doing that, but it really isn't. Something like these are the rarest and hardest things. One of the hardest things to get from Hagar Basin, because these only drop in one area in the whole of Hagar Basin, the whole of Dune Awakening. So yeah. Diamond dust is like diamond dust. Rare. Rare as. No. Steel. Fine. Oh, actually. We don't have steel out there, do we? Or do we? No, we do have some steel, but not enough steel. I feel like I need to make the steel here. Let's put it into production. Craft melt. This steel doesn't take up tons of water. Like, it does use water up, but nowhere near like the levels of what delirium does. So I'll have some of that on at least half node. We'll go off and get the stuff that we need for the Colbert paste, the raw stuff for that. We'll go there, come back, switch that to making the steel, and then we'll sort out whatever else we need from that point onwards. The box I would normally have this stuff in. Let's just double make sure we don't. Yeah, that's the box that I think I normally have it in, and that it was full of. So that's it there. that's the stuff that we're after. But 111 units. It would be better in a medium one, but it's still not. It still wouldn't be that efficient. I think at the moment we need 5 units per culvert paste, which is really bad efficiency. In the medium one, I think it's 2 units per 1 culvert paste. So again, we're literally at half efficiency at the moment when we're making that, which is why I'm quite keen to see if I can get the medium one done sooner rather than later made, just so that we can make some of the components we need for the higher tier stuff, just so that we can try and get some efficiency back while we can before we need to build something else, and then try and get that something else back as soon as we can, like the medium or refiner. Oh, I need to take my bike. It's just easier. This is the way that I do this. It's, if you have a bike, you go down there, because you can actually take an helicopter down there, because I've done it before, but it's not the easiest. But if you take a bike down there, it's just super easy to go down there. You get down there faster. You crash into poles, and once you get down there, you can just put all your raw materials into the bike, and effectively, yeah, you could just basically get all the materials out there faster. But you'll also be able to do a bigger capacity run than if you just go down there without the bike. Well, you're going to be doing loads of runs backwards and forwards if you wanted to empty everything properly. And generally you're not going to do that because it takes too much time, so you'll end up leaving with half the amount of stuff. Put the bike on the bottom level, didn't I? It was there. There's a reason why the bike's normally there, is because generally this is what it's the only thing I actually use it for, is to get the raw material for culvert paste. So, and I don't want to keep it left on the recovery tool, because then it stops me from being able to zap the ornithopter when I want. Oh, and I don't have the tool with me, do I? Well, that's typical. I need to go make one. Recovery tool, where are you? Pretty sure you make it in a thing, don't you? You said I didn't make it there, so that must be it. There it is. Vehicle backup tool. I need copper. Oh, funny. Why is it always the thing that I don't have ready? 6. We don't even have a weapon with us. This is a medium hitting area, so I'm not too concerned. But there are a couple of little NPCs that will annoy us while we're there, so we'll just have to try and dodge them the best we can. I'm not going back to the deep desert just to get some weapons. I've got nothing in the base that will be effective against this area, so we'll just have to go as it is. Down in that little gap. Here's the mine that we're after. And that red stuff that you see there is what we're effectively going for. Oh, there's another. I actually thought it was someone who's at one copter there first. Oh, balls. What have I got? I need the bloody boy James. Oh, damn. I think I might have left something in the deep desert that we need. I need the cutting array. And I'm pretty sure the cutting array... I'm pretty sure it's in the deep desert. Pretty sure it is. Like this is, I'm gonna go back to the base here because we're close to it. I don't want to go out to the deep desert just to find it was out here, but I'm pretty sure it's in the deep desert. I didn't unload it before. Pretty sure I didn't unload it. I'm pretty sure I unloaded it when I was in the deep desert, not before I got to the deep desert. Like one of those things that I only have one of because generally the only thing I use it for these days is doing copper paste warm mining materials because you can't take the buggy down there. Not very easily anyway. If it's going to be anywhere, where's it here? This one. Check it for that. Sure it's not that one. It's not one of these two boxes. Like I am pretty sure I did remember seeing it in the box in deep desert. If I didn't check here, I guarantee it would be in one of these boxes. It's just the way just what happens to me. If I didn't check, it would be in the opposite place I think it is. But because I have checked, it's precisely where I think it is. Compactors don't mine very well. They harvest, but not mine. I don't know why I didn't think. It's the way it is, isn't it? It's like I said, I half suspected I'd end up having to come out somewhere. Like I always go somewhere and think, oh, yep, I've got everything I need. And I go out somewhere and go, oh, I haven't got that, or I haven't got this. It's like always something that you overlook. They take into full consideration. Drop off what we've got so far. And they'll give us a little bit more space. Pretty sure it's in this box. Yeah, there it is. That's what I needed. Annoyingly. But only actually a little bit short. I think we might need 30, don't we? 28. It's like how typical is that? But so here, we need the steel anyway, to be fair. And we don't have steel, so we need some. We don't need any of that. That's mainly for like, well, things that we're not building at the moment, so we don't need to be too worried about that. Yeah, the main thing we need to sort out is get the stuff so we can make cobble paste. Oh, the remaining things that we need to make the cobble paste. I want to place that down. So that we need delirium ingot. Spice melange. We only need 12 spice melange for that. Well, 18 actually. We've got 12 so far. I'll put it there as a holding planned build. Although I'll probably build it, but then move it over here because we'll at least put the medium one up and that'll fit in here then. So we're going to need some delirium ingots for that, 75 of them, which means making a ton more aluminium. I think we actually have aluminium. I'm pretty sure we have a ton of aluminium already. Did I not make some before? Or did we use it all? Probably used it all, didn't we? Well, actually, we've got 81 aluminium there. So I may just take these back, the 81 aluminium back. We can drop them back at the base, because then we can put that into production to make the delirium. And I said we'd need aluminium, but this is the main reason why we probably need aluminium, because generally it's to make delirium. That's what you need aluminium. So we've got 75, so I'll drop 10 back in here. We'll just take the 75. Well, yeah, I'll take 75. So I'm not dropping quite as many as I said. We'll just drop 6 back. But we've got 75 that we need. That'll allow us to make the medium thing, and then we can knock this one down, and then we can make the car wet paste a lot more efficiently. That looks like a plan. The only slight flaw in that so far that I've just noticed, there's 50 complex machinery parts, but that also uses 25, and we'll need another 50 for this, is it? Yeah, 50 for that, so we'll need to get 25 more complex machinery parts when we go back as well. That we account for the 25 that we lost for making it, but that we're going to lose from it making the medium one. These are the complexities, man. When you're working with edges and you're just trying to do everything to the maximum efficiency, it's like every little side thing that you make an adjustment for has a consequence, so it's like every action has a reaction. Einstein's law of relativity at heart never goes away. Amount of juice. My own jar is kind of like running a bit dry now. To be fair, I should be thinking about cutting the stream anytime soon, because it's currently, well, late here in the UK. We're closer to 4 o'clock in the morning than 3:30. Well, 3 should I say, but past 3:30 now. So I am going to get to some point to where we are going to call it for a day, and we'll pick up again tomorrow. My football team are playing tomorrow, so I will be cutting off for that. Like, I was planning to cut off for watching UFC tonight, but that's not happened, and I'm sure that's almost, well, we'll be in the main fight now, so at least the main card. So I don't think I'll be watching that. Get 25 of these. One there. One there. And the main helicopter. Whack them there. Oh, I forgot to empty them before, didn't I? God damn. Luckily, it didn't take up a huge amount of space, but still, would be more than what we've got now. use those in a bit. Put my backpack anyway, so it's fine. That's in my backpack. That I'll put in one of my infantry slots. Quick access slots, should I say. I don't have enough water. God damn you. Yeah, that won't give me that much more if I put my water in. Did I not put more water? I thought we put some more bodies in before. Have they finished? They have. Damn you. Alright, well. I'll put another couple of bodies in. We all get to the point where I'm going to shut the. I am going to close the stream in a moment anyway, because I am starting to feel very tired, and I have got a lot of stuff I want to get on with tomorrow. So I think it is best to call it sooner rather than later. So I'll just get to a point where I know where to pick up from tomorrow, and then we'll call it. Never gonna remember to do the rest of the aluminium. Got the context machining bots, the aluminium, and the carbon paste I need to get, don't I? Carbon paste we'll do tomorrow. Wait on the water to be able to do the rest of the delirium. And then obviously pick up the delirium before we go to Deep Desert. We've already packed the other stuff. And I don't think there's anything else we need to take out that we won't already take out with us, because obviously we've got the stuff to make the silicon as well. So I think we've got everything we need. So we are at that point. We are at UK time, in my time zone at least, we are 4:45 in the morning. So this stream has been up for close to 10 hours, almost 12 hours or something like that. So we are very close to the normal time that or length of one of my streams during the weekends, which is around 10, 12 hours. So we've done a long stream today. We'll do another long stream tomorrow. But our stream tomorrow probably will be split into two, so we'll do one in the morning at some point when I wake up. Assuming I wake up in the morning. And we'll do one in the morning through to sort of mid-afternoon. The Liverpool game will be on at that point, which is my football team. I'm going to be watching that game. I'll finish watching that game, and then after that game finishes, I'll have some dinner, and then I'll boot up the stream for the second half, and then we'll do exactly the same as we did today. We'll stream till early hours on Monday morning, because yeah, it'll be Monday then. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening. If you're in America, enjoy the rest of your night. If you're in the UK, you should be in bed, probably like I am. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a lovely time the rest of your weekend if I don't speak to you before. Thank you. Good night.